Peoria Unified, our kindergarten programs are designed to ensure that your child is known, valued, cared for, and challenged. Kindergarten is so much more than just the ABCs. It is where creativity is encouraged and bright minds blossom in a fun and safe environment. In Peoria Unified, we strive to make this an easy adjustment for parents to ensure your child is well prepared for the best possible educational experience. If you have an incoming kindergartner who will turn 5 by September 1st, 2024, visit peoriaunified.org/kindergarten for more information about how to reserve your child's seat in our kindergarten program. Enroll today.
Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online.
Good evening, everybody. Now we can hear me. All right. So Jeff, Clerk Toby is joining us remotely through the phone, and Mrs. Bowles will be here shortly. So we're going to go ahead and get started, calling the study session to order at 4:09 p.m. And we will move on to 2.1, K through 8th History and Social Science Curriculum Textbook Adoption. Dr. Hernandez.
Well, good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to bring forward our recommendation for your consideration for the K-8 History and Social Sciences textbook adoption tonight. Additionally, I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to study together this evening, which allows us to go deeper into our understandings of all things history, social sciences, and textbooks. As school has dismissed for the day, students who filled those seats yesterday, today, and who will join us again tomorrow are those who will become the future teachers, museum curators, policy analysts, diplomats, research analysts, you name it. And they will come from Peoria Unified Classrooms. And when that interest in politics, arts, law, and government, or even advocacy started as a spark and grew into a flame, those interests, those future jobs will be rooted in the work our teachers do today with history and social sciences in today's classrooms. I'm pleased to bring forward for later tonight the textbook selections K-8 History and Social Sciences textbook adoption, noting for consideration of approval K-5 Savvis Learning, My World Initiative, so Interactive Social Studies with Savvis Realized Digital Platform, copyright 2026, and the 6-8 Savvis Learning, My World Interactive Social Studies with the Savvis Realized Digital Platform, copyright 2026. With a 2026 copyright, these resources were built and developed for Arizona. They are already headed into a couple other districts, along with our new neighbor in Vistancia, ALA, who will be formally bringing these Arizona resources into their social studies classrooms beginning this fall. So with that, let's get to work. We'll begin by referencing the RFM and the references from the recommended vendors found in your folder on the left side. So go ahead and grab the K-8 folder. It's up on your top of your shelf there. You want the K-8 folder. And in the left side, you should find the RFM, the request for materials. The RFM outlines the scope and requirements of the district in selecting for social studies and history textbooks. The references were provided based on our requirement for Gateway 0 to have an early indication of which other districts are using each of the vendors' products that were initially considered. Tonight's presentation is broken into 4 chapters, if you will, which will include a deep dive into the background information, but why would anyone want to adopt textbooks, and the standards associated with Arizona. We'll get deep into policy related to statute for procurement and open meeting law, as well as our policy around adoption. We'll dig deep into the textbook selection committee process and their responsibilities, and we'll close out chapter 4 of our book this evening with that final recommendation. So because we are in the study session format, we are learners together. So I can guarantee you there will be some interaction between you, myself, and our team. As we become learners and we put those learner caps on, let's get acclimated to our materials. We'll begin with the folder of materials each of you has. And Mr. Toby, I know you can hear me. We sent you a digital folder earlier. We want to make sure all of our students feel supported. And his matches yours. So when I refer to left pocket or left side, Mr. Toby, you have a folder called left side, left pocket. So you will be able to follow along with us. Didn't want you to feel left out. And those documents are also attached to the governing board agenda item this evening. So those of you who would like to access them digitally, you are welcome to. And we do have some additional copies in the room for anyone who would like a hard copy. So as the documents become part of our conversation, I'll direct you to the left or to the right side of your. So first, why would anyone want to adopt new resources? So I shared in the Friday board report from December 6th and January 24th that the Arizona standards have undergone significant changes in their formal format since our last adoption here for K-8 in 2003, with at least 4 standards iterations since the last time we adopted. Access to materials expires with permission to use them along with the digital access being removed. This is what happened to us with our math adoption 2 years ago. The product actually sunset and we no longer had access and the rights to use it. Staying up to date with our current adoption cycles also provides support for our students in the technology space to develop skills to be responsible users of technology, as well as to be prepared to join a highly technology-based workforce. Content ought to be refreshed to reflect topics and features such as images that are engaging to our students and reflect interests of our students. Finally, as we know, with the state of all that we do with materials in our classrooms, a research-based product and process is really important to learning and teaching. In our next conversation about textbooks, we're going to talk about English language arts, and you all know how important the research is behind the science of reading, so no different for social studies, having that firm, solid base in current research. So keeping in mind why it is we've been here since 2003 with these resources, I would like to note that our 4th grade textbook currently being used is completely misaligned with the existing Arizona standards because Arizona history is taught in 3rd grade. So that's one of the consequences of it being 2003 since the last time we adopted. The pages are stuck together. So as I've shared, the standards have changed, but let's look at exactly how they have changed. So largely between 2003 and 2018, we see 3 themes in the shift of learning and teaching. So the focus of shift 1 has been the focus on conceptual understanding. Shift 2 fosters student inquiry, collaboration, and informed action in the classroom. Shift 3 integrates content and skills purposefully. All 3 underscore moving from not only the what, but also to the why and the how in history and social sciences. So look with me in the column for 2003 under standards where it talks about big ideas. In 2003 and later iterations of the standards, students were simply expected to learn in isolation the different aspects of history and social science. In the 2018 standards, storylines and content focus bring continuity across all the learning areas K through 8. We'll talk more about those storylines in just a moment. So we know the standards have changed, but we also like to see how the expectations for learning and teaching have changed as well. So we'll take a closer look at how these changes impact how and what K-8 students learn across their journey with us. So go to your folder, and in the left side, it's time to pull out the standards. Yours should have lots of pretty tabbed pages on it. I'll get to that in a minute. But I'd like you to first join me in turning to page 3. On page 3, you can see how the storylines across grade levels come together as students make their progress across K through 8. So we see kindergarten beginning with children as citizens, fast forwarding to 3rd grade with Arizona Studies, all the way through 8th grade citizenship and civics engagement. That is how the storylines form to support. Now join me in turning to page 4, where you'll be able to see the content standards. The content standards are organized under 4 disciplines and social studies. They include civics, economics, which includes financial literacy, geography, and history. From there, if you glance over to page 5 and 6, this is where you'll find the anchor standards. The Arizona History and Social Science standards are organized into 5 social studies content areas. Within these content areas, there are 4 to 5 major core concepts referred to as anchor standards. Grade level standards are written to support these anchor standards. There are 21 anchor standards, 17 of them are centered around the content standards, and the remaining 4 are on the disciplinary skills and processes that students need to know and be able to apply to any historical context, content, as well as era. So you can see how the disciplinary skills and processes, along with the content standards, the courses civics, economics, geography, and history, come together in a comprehensive approach to social studies. So in Peoria, we talk about anchoring into the standards relative to what we do and what we do not teach. The graphic on the left represents the expectations of a teacher in 2003 in the social studies classroom. It's what's expected of the teacher relative to the learners. And then you can see on the right the expectations, what we expect now, right in 2025. So in 2003, a teacher was expected to use a primary source for content delivery. And that was really it. The teachers' resources lacked guidance for differentiation and scaffolding, two incredible strategies used to ensure we meet every student where they are in their learning journey. The standards were aligned to performance objectives, and the teacher delivery was more of a traditional lecture-based instruction like I'm doing to you right now. Are we having fun yet? The profile of a teacher in 2025, teachers must have greater access to the ability to differentiate instruction for all learners. And we know all learners come to us with different needs all across the way. And so the resources need to be anchored into providing supports for the teacher to differentiate. Standards are based on critical thinking and student application, so the resources have to have breadth and depth to them to meet those expectations. Teachers' instructional practices need to be more interactive and student-centered, and when they think about how they're assessing the learning, it needs to be from a deeper thinking space of how much the student can demonstrate what they know. So we've been through the change in standards, which changes the expectations for learning and teaching. So the next step is guaranteed and viable curriculum. So each student in Arizona has the right to have the opportunity to learn the same critical social studies concepts and skills as every other student in our state. All of our classrooms, no matter which school you go to here in Peoria Unified, should deliver the same Arizona standards with the same set of high expectations. We owe every child in our district that guaranteed curriculum. Viable refers to the curriculum can be realistically taught in the 180-day school year. So we look and we say, with the standards and the content we have, is it viable? Can a teacher support a student to learn throughout the school year? And prioritization refers to making sure the most essential topics and skills are prioritized through the standards alignment. So in a classroom with a guaranteed and viable curriculum, you would expect to see students analyzing primary sources, participating in rigorous discussion and debates, I don't demand, and even enjoying a project-based learning activity. All right, so you have successfully closed up chapter 1, and now we are headed into chapter 2 of our book together tonight. So now we'll transition into reviewing the high points of the relevant policy and law. So 3 key takeaways, and most importantly, Rule R7-2 1002C7 exempts textbook procurement from the Arizona School District procurement rules, which is why we utilize the RFM process. Also describes how the governing board interacts with the textbook selection committee, and when using a textbook selection committee, the meetings are subject to open meeting law. The most relevant statutes and policy include 15-721, which refers to common schools, and 15-722, which refers to high schools. And because we are a unified district, we have both. Specifically, policy IJJ and IJJR are our local board policies that drive this work. And then finally, if a textbook selection committee is used in this format, as I've said, the meetings are subject to open meeting law. So because we do utilize that textbook selection process and our meetings are subject to open meeting law, all meetings of the public shall be open to the public, and all of our meetings have certainly been open to the public. And the minutes are taken and they are posted, so we make sure we meet those requirements. And to underscore the importance of our meetings being open to the public, we highlight how our meetings are defined through open meeting law. In alignment with ARS 15-721 and 722, Governing Board Policy IJJ defines what a textbook is, which you can see here is a broad, encompassing definition. I'll give you just a second to take a read there. Also in policy and recommending books, the committees must strive for continuity of textbooks throughout the different grade levels and use the same book series in all classes in the same grade. You'll hear me refer back to this particular piece when we get into the discussion around the actual recommendations. And as we ground ourselves in the textbook selection committee, in the statutes and in the policy, we include the core responsibilities of the committee members have when they are considering material. So A, recommend resources that will support and enrich the curriculum, taking into consideration every student, every day. We reflect well-rounded resources. And of course, place principle above personal opinion and reason above prejudice to ensure the highest quality in order to ensure a comprehensive collection of resources. Policy continues with additional guidance on selection, but particularly want to call your attention to letter F, as it describes how the committee's discussion is to be hosted, noting that in the resources shall be recommended for their strengths rather than rejected for their weaknesses and shall be judged as a whole. Noting the gateway rubric that we'll get into is designed to facilitate surfacing strengths of the resources. All right, well done. You have concluded chapter 2 of our work together. We're going to open chapter 3, which brings us to the entire process along with the responsibilities associated with being a part of the textbook selection committee. On top of your materials, you will find a timeline. We printed a copy for you because it's awfully hard to see on the screen there. But I want to highlight just a few pieces from this holistic timeline, and then you'll find that as we go through the next chapter together, we will be breaking them down individually. So we'll start back in December. This work started in December with the release of our RFM. It was sent out as well as being published on our public-facing website. We opened our 60-day review window on February 2nd when it closed on April 3rd, noting that we held the district office open 2 extra evenings and brought staff in on Saturdays, 3 of them to be exact, to support our community and our families to be able to come in and review the materials. And then we moved into the textbook selection committee work with the gateways beginning in February that stretched all the way through April. And I want to call your attention to the dark blue bubbles on the bottom because they do play a significant role. In March, when the governing board approved the February 27th resolution on equal opportunity, we have that noted because it impacted the flow. We were already in the middle of our process, but how we put that in there to ensure it was accounted for. We moved into the vendor presentation stage. And then from there, we moved into analysis and recommendation, a recommendation to the superintendent, and finally, here we are tonight. In developing the K-8 recommendation, there are 3 critical areas that surfaced underscoring the entirety of learning and teaching: consistency, continuity, and capacity. You'll hear me refer to those pieces throughout. But highlighted are the advantages of using the same platform with not having to learn one more thing. Our teachers have absolutely taken quite a bit on, and they are doing wonderful things, but the thought of learning one more new platform wasn't such a popular idea. So it surfaced very often, in addition to supporting teachers who teach multiple grades and multiple content areas, considering small schools, large schools, different scheduling models to ensure we thought about all of those. From a consistency and continuity standpoint, the textbook selection committee selected SAVIS because the transition between elementary and high school would be consistently smoother for students because they'll already have that familiarity with the Realize platform. Furthermore, students and teachers already have that familiarity with the platform in other subject areas with Math K-12, Science K-12, and ELA 6-12. As noted by one of our team members on the K-8 textbook selection committee, professional development can be utilized to prepare students with implementation to new resources exclusively rather than learning yet another program. And social studies teachers will have their peers to ask for assistance in using that platform and how easily it can be integrated into Canvas. With the bigger picture in mind, we'll now zoom in to the details of the process. And as you're ready, when we get to the green box, that's when your learning activity will begin. Just helping you lower your anxiety so that you are prepared when your learning time begins. So let's talk about this amazing selection committee work. Approximately 1,536 hours across 24 committee members went into doing this deep dive review and analysis, to be complemented with about 500 hours of staff prep time, along with their extra duties as assigned. That is a tremendous amount of time. So how does one find themselves on a textbook selection committee? As I'm sure many of them, when they got to about hour 1,000, wondered the same. So who are these individuals and what do they represent? In our committee, we had K-8 teachers, those representing special education, English learners, gifted, instructional technology, structural and content coaches. We had school leaders, district administrators, community members and parents, and even former Peoria Unified students. In the selection process, the learning and teaching leadership team looked to include and represent as many facets of Peoria Unified as possible. So before I introduce the committee, I'd like to orient you to this graphic. It's a little busy. But what this reflects are the qualifications of this incredible committee. Let's look at the legend at the bottom, which highlights the areas of expertise each of these individuals brought to their review. So the first one is family. These are individuals who are parents in Peoria Unified. We have our community members, we have educators, our former students, our staff who support signature and specialized programs, our special education, gifted and English learner teams, our technology teams, coaching and administrators, those with expertise in arts and science, literacy, math, history and social sciences, early childhood, career technical, those who are Pride of Peoria winners, and of course those who have military experience. We value that as well. So if you have a chance to look at all the badges across this incredible team, the K-8 Textbook Selection Committee is indeed the largest in Peoria Unified recent history, comprised of 5 community members, 12 current teachers, 7 in K-5, in this K-5 band, 5 in the 6-8 band, 2 current administrators, and 7 Peoria Unified district staff members representing several different departments. If you'll indulge me for a moment, President Rooks, I would like to publicly recognize this incredible team of people and ask you if you're here and you served on this particular committee, if you would rise so that we can recognize you. And there are 2 really important names that you don't see on the screen that I want to highlight. And the first is Sherry Piazza, our Director of Learning and Teaching, whose outstanding leadership and incredible learning and teaching knowledge served as the beacon of forward progress through this entire progress. And of course, Jessica Hamilton, you are the wind beneath my wings. Literally. You have managed the madness and the methods all while taking minutes. Thank you both for your incredible leadership and serving in this capacity. Collectively, this group represents 326 years of professional education experience. This slide is left blank intentionally, I promise. But this group doesn't get to come here for many of ours without a lot of support from the sites and the district. So this is a thank you to all of the administrators who covered classes to support our leaders, so they could be here, who covered meetings to support our leaders, who covered classes to support our teachers, other staff who covered other duties, playground duty, recess duty, bus duty, lunch duty, and those who help with lesson plans and substitutes, and of course, our office teams at our schools who help with everything in between. None of this comes together without having a collective team at the table as well as supporting us. So here we go, green box time. We're gonna begin our analysis of the Gateway Review. The Textbook Selection Committee used the Gateway evaluation process to review materials through the lens of course standards, competencies, and outcomes. The committee looked at teacher and learner supports and accessibility, along with technology and assessment. Any submission deemed as not meeting the expectation of a gateway did not move on in the overall review process. Last fall, the Superintendent's Student Advisory Council, which encompasses the student body presidents from all 8 of our high schools, reviewed the feedback we had from students about their textbooks in their classrooms. The students confirmed they agreed with that feedback and included such things as they wanted updated resources that reflect career pathways. They like when their teachers get them engaged in a lesson with topics that are interesting to them. They like the variety and the different types of assignments and different ways to show their learning that matches them as a learner. And they enjoy learning about real life concepts and careers. These elements are reflected throughout our rubric because we value student voice in Peoria Unified, and we incorporate their feedback into how we evaluate the resources that will be put in front of the next set of students. Teachers also had the opportunity to provide insights on what they would like to see in their resources as in form of a survey, and so their feedback has also been included in that Gateway Review and can be noted through the indicators. So now let's take a look at the evaluation rubric. In your folder on the left side, go ahead and take out what's called the rubric note catcher, which will look like this. So we're just going to do a brief overview of what's in the rubric. Wanted to give you an idea at the start of the process when we looked at Gateway 0. Gateway 0 is our documentation. There were 7 submissions. After Gateway 1, there were 4. After Gateway 2, 3 remained. And after Gateway 3, 3 remained heading into the presentation space. So let me tell you just a little bit about each of the gateways that you'll see. Gateway 0, this ensures a robust submission aligning to the district's scope and sequence for the materials and includes a comprehensive set of those materials for our review, includes resource implementation plans and parent resources. It also featured digital components, technical specifications, pricing for a 6-year contract, and references highlighting the company's ability to provide support and customer service. And most importantly to me, can they follow directions? Gateway 1. When scoring each gateway, the evidence of scoring had to be seen, not assumed or inferred. So as our committee was going through every single indicator, they had to find physical evidence in the materials to justify their score. So in Gateway 1, the materials were evaluated to ensure they incorporate grade level standards, advanced competencies, promoting rigorous learning and critical thinking through student-centered strategies. The vendor had to provide a coherent scope and sequence, so their recommendation for how should this flow through the school year had to be aligned with research-based instructional practices. We know students learning well in a small group environment, so how does that factor in, for example? And it connects new learning with prior knowledge, ensuring content is appropriate and builds on students' existing skills. That was the criteria for Gateway 1, the foundation of ensuring that the Gateway 1 was aligned to standards first and foremost. Gateway 2, the materials were evaluated to determine how well they supported scaffolding and opportunity for students to extend and evaluate their learning. And they engaged strategies for all students in meeting grade level standards. We needed to see that it provided comprehensive support and guidance for teachers, rigorous activities, and varied formative and summative assessments to support concept development and self-reflection on academic progress. Gateway 3 gets a little more challenging, and the materials offer a variety of engagement opportunities, support collaboration, and feature thoughtful visual design. They had to be available digitally, support remote learning, and integrate technology to engage students. Additionally, they had to provide strategies for accessing prior knowledge and included guidance for teachers on enhancing student learning. So that's a brief overview of what's included in each of those gateways that each vendor was scored as they went through the process. And as I promised, it's now time for your learning activity, so I do have some assistants who are going to support me. So I'll need you to take a couple more pages out of your folder. So you'll want to have the RFM in front of you. Oh, see, the teacher started passing things out before the directions were ready. That's a rookie mistake right there. Michael. We have some rules about blood, sweat, and tears in the textbook selection committee. All right, so you will want to have your RFM. We're always going to check ourselves. That's what we said we wanted to have. You'll need your rubric, you'll need your standards, and you're going to need the 2 textbooks that you've been provided. Welcome to a day in the life of a teacher. All right, you're going to start with your rubric, and I need you to find 1.1. A, materials fully incorporate grade level and course standards, including respective upper division and advanced level course outcomes and competencies. So we're going to give you the opportunity to sit in the hot seat of a textbook selection committee member to give this a whirl. So go ahead and turn to page 259 in the currently adopted textbook. That's the one that comes with a CD-ROM drive, as well as is probably pretty dated. Page 259 in our current adopted resource. 259G, right? you want to hold that up so they can see what it should look like when they find it? All right, learners, here's your visual support. 259G in the current, and then you're going to find page AZ3 in our recommended resource. AZ3. You're doing great. I love how you're on task and you're finding the pages you should be. They don't. Many of them do this with no desks at all, and it's just sort of floating. All right, we are supporting every learner at their entry point. We're going to bring us all together as we go. All right, so you should have both of those in front of you, as well as the rubric, because that's your guide. This is what you're going to score. So using both of the resources, what do you notice about the alignment to Arizona's current standards? Using both resources, so you've got the 2 pages you're looking at, what do you notice about alignment to our current standards? You've got your standards there if you need to give a glance over to 5th grade. To 5th grade. I like the way your conversations are focused on the task. You are doing great work. Oh, I see Mrs. Bowles and Mrs. Proudfoot are already zeroing in on the great answer. Well done, team. Okay, it looks like I've got nods from one team, ready to go with an answer. Now, I wanted to bring whiteboards and make you write it down and show the camera, but the team wouldn't let me. I don't know why. All right, so what do you notice from the current resource to the recommended resource about the alignment to standards?
And they're easily accessible.
That's what I was gonna say, it's so much harder
You
to
gotta tell
find.
me what the existing current one or the
The
recommended?
existing one,
Does not have them.
it's so much harder to find.
Have to find and look
You'd have
up.
to like dissect the whole thing to even,
Yes.
and there's probably some objectivity in that too.
Yep. And President Rooks and Mrs. Ewing, what do you notice about the standards in the recommended resource? It is laid out. I like that. Great. You're absolutely correct. So when we think about what we know from our time together earlier this afternoon about the expectation of the standards and what teachers need, not just enough to know, but you have to apply them, those supports built into the recommended title are incredible. All right, great job. We have another one. All right, go back to your rubric. Go back to your rubric, and this time I need you to find criterion 2.1. 2.1a. And Mrs. Proudfoot, would you mind reading that for our class?
Materials present the opportunity to provide appropriate levels and types of scaffolding.
Perfect. Thank you. You did such a great job with your enunciation today. I love that. So yes, criterion 2.1 is really about scaffolds for every learner. All right, so what I'd like you to do between the current resource and the recommended resource is you're going to look for the pink tabbed items, which should take you to page 269 in our current resource. $269, and it should look like this over here. And you're looking at this purple box down on the bottom here.
I have a side question. Our current curriculum goes from lower grade to upper grade, And the one we're looking at goes from upper grade to lower grade. Is there a reason why?
I'm going to come back to that.
Or did I miss that?
I'm going to come back to that.
Okay.
So in the recommended resource, turn to page 268. So we're in page 269 of the existing current, and in 268 of the recommended. What do you notice and note about the supports provided to teachers? Compare the two. What do you notice and note about the supports provided to teachers? And this is in Gateway 2, scaffolds for every learner.
Do you want us to answer now?
Oh, let's give the other time some team. See, we have a gifted learner among us. This is a very authentic classroom.
I'm familiar with this one.
And our new resources will have some extension and enrichment opportunities for you. I'll email them to you. All right, I'm going to start with Mrs. Ewing and Mrs. Rooks. What do you notice about the supports provided to teachers?
In which one?
Either or, your choice.
Okay, so we noticed that in the old materials or the current materials, the activities are only writing activities. It doesn't really, so it's just focused on learners who write well. And then the newer materials, they give all different types of instruction, and they also ask, like, when you go from the special needs, it's very visual. You go to the below level, it is asking them to take the information and really incorporate it and think about it, not just regurgitate it, and be able to draw information from that. And in advanced, they're actually asked to do research and try to actually apply their knowledge. So, and that really doesn't come out in the activities provided in the current one.
Excellent. So we'll go over to our gifted group, and I want to be able to ask you, what would you add to make their response more
Is that a
comprehensive?
label?
We were just saying that, for the leveled practice in the current, it's easy on-level challenge, but that doesn't delineate exactly the way that we were thinking, is where the proposed one has special needs, but it's not assuming that those special needs children need easier content. And being the mother of a special needs child who is far smarter than I am, it gives a little bit more movement to really truly meet the needs of every child.
Okay, excellent.
And I would agree with what one of you said. I don't remember which one, but it does give the assumption that you can write in the current curriculum. But it actually gives, for, like Ms. Profit said, special needs, pointing out the information. I'm not sure which I really like, to be totally honest. I feel like just with special needs, like Ms. Profit said, one says easy, one says special needs. So that's, in my brain as a special ed behavior specialist, I go to many tools. But it doesn't really give me that unless I'm not seeing that. On one hand, again, assuming they can or cannot write with the current, and now the one we're looking at, pointing out what the student needs. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So I don't really know if I mean, it's a place to start where they're comfortable. Hey, this is where they intersect, the circles. That's the information you're looking at. I think would give them a little less anxiety in learning. But yeah, I guess I need to know more about the curriculum.
So I would say that in the existing resources where it's easy, on level, and challenge, it's general. It isn't specific, because this gateway is about evaluating the supports for teachers to evaluate and support the students. So cueing them on, you may have, like we do tonight, gifted students. You may have students who have other different needs. You may have students who are accelerated or not so much. So really that differentiation to meet every student where they are in a classroom of a good number of students and support them. So I don't want to leave Mr. Toby out.
Yes, I was just going to say, we forgot about our other learner on the phone call right now. I was
wanna
waiting
give
for you to finish your sentence.
Him the opportunity to weigh in on if he would like to add to what either of the groups here have shared. I can see you, Mr.
You know, I'm
Toby.
on
There we
the
go.
cellular device. Yeah, I'm just trying to follow using the one device. I'm going between screens, so come back to me.
I will accept that response. All right, you have been incredible students. Thank you so much for participating in our activity. We're going to have Mr. Johnson pick up those materials, unless you'd like to keep them. It's up to you. You did well, thank you. So here we go. If you refer back to our timeline, I want to call your attention to those dark blue boxes that I referenced earlier. The textbook selection committees were just transitioning from the gateway process into the presentation phase, which is that yellow phase. That's when the governing board adopted the Educational Equal Opportunities February 27th resolution. So to be responsive to the governing board's resolution, as well as the Dear Colleague letter from February 14th, and Superintendent Boggs' email regarding supporting the DEI resolution piece, the learning and teaching team requested an attestation letter from all vendors whose submissions were still under consideration. These letters from the recommended vendors for tonight are in the left side of your folder. So if you'd like to take those out and take a look. Submissions meeting gateway expectations advanced to the presentation phase. Keeping in mind, by the time the presenters occurred and arrived at our district, our committee members had already spent hours upon hours digging into those materials deeply. So to prepare our presenters for their presentations, each vendor was notified of the expectation along with the criteria seen here on this slide in order to respond to it in their presentation. Presentations were not to be about a sales pitch, but the purpose was to help develop our understanding of the vendor's specific method of approach, which was how does your company's curriculum meet the needs of general education students as well as our special populations of students. So while viewing the presentations, our committee members noted those strengths and weaknesses for each of the above criteria. Savis, McGraw-Hill, and Houghton Mifflin Harcourt were invited to the presentation phase for K-8. So we're going to transition from presentations now into the red box for analysis and recommendation. So in your right side of your folder, you should have vendor presentation follow-up questions and letters along with the vendor responses. So leading up to the analysis and recommendation, the textbooks were placed on display right here at the district office on February 3rd in the lobby, all the way through April 3rd. The district lobby was opened, as I mentioned, 3 Saturdays and 2 evenings during that 60-day window. And additionally, in accordance with state law and statute, we dedicated a website with digital platform access to contain the vendor textbook list of everything that was being considered. Feedback was collected and reviewed during each gateway and within the analysis and recommendation section. The feedback was viewed and reviewed all along the way throughout the whole process. So while we would have welcomed feedback in any format, I've taken things on napkins before, not a problem. We gathered most of our feedback on paper pencil forms, QR codes used to access forms, a dedicated digital textbook adoption email address, and of course our website. After the 60-day window closed, all feedback had been received and was reviewed collectively again during that analysis and recommendation phase. The committee held a final review to discuss to determine a recommendation to be forwarded to the superintendent. Committee members were asked to review all the instructional material evaluation rubrics, the submissions that are still under consideration, along with the paper and online feedback provided by teachers, community members, parents, and students. After committee members were given time to independently review all of the data they had collected, discussions occurred to propose various submissions based on the evidence gathered throughout the previous 7 meetings. Members were encouraged to evaluate the submissions on strengths, and after much rigorous discussion, a consensus was reached by a large majority to propose submissions for K-8. Members went through an extensive review of the Gateway Review, considering public feedback at each stop along the Gateway, followed by vendor presentations. Members considered the responses received back from the vendors and any new information or feedback that had been received from the public. And work was done during the Gateway Review portion of the process. The final review with discussion was grounded in evidence. Members were asked to put all the pieces of the puzzle together for a complete picture directed to organize strengths and weaknesses, supporting with evidence, and to come up with a final top selection. Like with the Gateway Reviews in the following presentations, members were given independent time to analyze, process, organize, and synthesize. Members then held discussion for a recommendation. I want to surface back to the 3 common themes that arose. So consistency. When considering their final recommendation, the group talked a lot about the consistency between our content areas, math, especially if you're a K-5 teacher, for math, for science, and ELA, and now social studies. They talked about the familiarity with that consistency that supports staff, but most importantly, they anchored back into the student experience time and time again. From a continuity standpoint, all grade levels across K-8 having access to the same platform and the same methodology of learning and teaching, which supports learning and teaching through the lens of the student and the teacher. And finally, capacity. So learning yet another program would be a tall ask when you think about the technical implications of an online support system. Smaller schools versus larger schools, teachers that are covering classes for others when there are not substitutes, teachers who are transitioning from year to year. This year I'm a 4th grade teacher, next year I might be a 5th grade teacher. And in our high school example, we have a hard time finding physics teachers. And so sometimes the chemistry teacher needs to jump in and support. So with chemistry and physics being on the same platform with the same methodology, that support is much more easier to provide at that level. And we experience those same situations in the K-8 setting. So in your stack of documents that you have, this time, you have a copy of all of the public feedback that we collected throughout the 60-day window. A chain of custody was used when it was submitted in a secure envelope and then documented and processed and ensured that no feedback was lost. Every piece of feedback was accounted for, noting we had 94 submissions of feedback for our K-8. And here we are on the gray box with our recommendation to the superintendent, which occurred on April 11th. And from there, we arrive at today. So as shared at the beginning of our time together, we are recommending consideration of the K-8 History and Social Sciences adoption to the following vendor: K-8 Savvis Learning, My World Interactive Social Studies with the Savvis Realized Platform, copyright 2026. But before we call it a wrap, it's important to know what happens after your vote. So also in your packet, you'll find the document called What Happens Next. It should be on the right-hand side. Pending approval, tomorrow morning, the business side of adopting textbooks with quotes and requisitions and getting ready for shipping and distribution and all the things that turn on digital access, get those books and materials here in a timely manner, all of that gets underway. But there is a more significant body of work involved that kicks off tomorrow. And that is the work of learning and teaching. It prioritizes the textbook adoption so that in learning, teaching, social studies classroom, this work reflects the mission, the vision, and the values of Peoria Unified. So let's walk through what happens next. So pending an approval this evening, tomorrow morning, the group will begin to build the new committee. This will be a group just like the one we had that did the selection process, maybe even some that just didn't get enough and want to do this again. But their task at hand is to essentially double check the standards alignment. They formalize the alignment between the Arizona standards in the upper division and advanced level course competencies with the newly adopted resources. This is where we anchor into guaranteed. I said at the beginning, for every student in Arizona, guaranteed the standards. So we start that org right out of the gates. Closely behind it, we begin the scope and sequence and pacing. This establishes the breadth and depth of what's taught, the order it's taught in, and the period of time it's taught across. This is the viable component. Then we look at those materials and resources and we begin to do the assignment to the content that will be aligned to the specific standard. For the online materials, this is where we choose what we want to turn off and what we want to turn on for that access. From there, the group looks at assessment. We want to make sure that we're determining and developing end-of-unit assessments and end-of-course assessments that reflect the learners, that reflect the learning that's happening, as well as how we want to improve our future educational outcomes, including that quality of instruction and the quality of the learning environment. And finally, review and reflect cyclically. We continually ask teachers to give us feedback on the scope and sequence. Is it matching? Is it enough? Was it too much? Did you have time? In real time, we are getting that feedback. At the end of each year, we bring them back in for a summer pace and we update that pacing and planning guide. And based on teacher feedback, we also look at the data from our state assessments and our local assessments to make sure that we are on track. So a lot of good things happen after the approval. So with that, it is my honor to stand in front of you this evening on behalf of the teachers and the students and the Textbook Selection Committee to request consideration and approval later this evening. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
First off, can we just give a round of applause for the presentation you just did? Because that was amazing. So I will go first to Mrs. Ewing. Just so note, we are going to do, if there is public comment with questions surrounding the curriculum, we're going to save that for the governing board meeting. But Ms. Ewing, go ahead and start.
Wow. Thank you for this very in-depth presentation. It is so important that we choose the right material for our students. And it is, the other piece that's really important is that our community sees this transparent process. So I appreciate that not only did you provide us, but that you provided all of the materials online for everyone to go through to see our rigorous process. And thank you for your persistence and your endurance through the process. It's just really, it's so important that we choose the right materials. Everything that you have here meets all of my criteria on what I'm looking for in our materials that we're providing out to our students. And I know just from going down to Helios, looking at some of the data down there, we really have a great need to be able to have better resources for our students. And I also appreciate the thoughtfulness about how it would be really difficult to adopt another type of curriculum that our staff is not familiar with. It takes much longer to get that up to speed and having to go through that training. So this seems like this will be a much easier process for our staff, and it's still maintaining that high level of rigor in our classrooms. So I don't have any questions with regards to, you have all the materials here. So I'm going to let my other board members ask some questions. I'm sure there will be, as I look through further, there'll be more questions. I'll have questions that will come up. So thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
Expecting that. I don't have any
sorry.
questions.
Jeff, I will come right back to you, I promise.
First of all, thank you. I mean, that's not nearly enough, and thank you for being so thorough in every angle and just bringing an excellent information, resources, and much what Ms. Ewing just said to the public, to us, to, even setting up meetings that I couldn't make it this week, but I really appreciate that, and I know that the public appreciates that transparency. When I worked in the district, I actually taught CPI to some administrators, and I say that because they're probably the hardest group to teach. Not really. We had a lot of fun, but I used to say, I do, you do, we do.
Yes.
And there was a saying as I was looking through this, on my, online and all this, and now in front of us, I thought of Benjamin Franklin once said, "Tell me and I forget, teach me and I'll remember, involve me and I will learn." And you've covered every angle of that, and not just with the curriculum. We're among professionals that understand it's just a curriculum. It takes a teacher to teach that. It takes, a leader like yourself to involve all the way from the teacher down to the student in those quick results and all throughout. So thank you. We see that. We appreciate that. And I know I'm speaking for more than just myself. So thank you, all of you. Thank you. Oh, I do have one more thing. I have 2 pins I want to give away.
Hold on.
I always
We'll
get
come
a
back to
look
that
from Ms. Brooks. Okay, I'll hold on for a moment.
for a moment. Let's get to questions first. Sorry, Mrs. Proudfit, go ahead.
Amazing presentation. I didn't know what to expect. You didn't have your lapel mic on. I didn't know if there would be 2 claps and a woo. So I'd love to do that for you and your team. This was amazing. And thank you to the committee. I know that this committee is probably the most intense committee to sit on. And I just am in awe of the amount of educators, community members who are willing to lend their expertise and their time to doing this very, very, very important work. It is evident, and Ms. Ewing referenced, we went down to Helios this week to really dig into some data with the district, which we'll talk about later, but this curriculum is so badly needed. I didn't realize it had been since 2003. So I have children who have been born and graduated out of the district who wouldn't have had this new curriculum. So that's pretty, we're ready for this new curriculum. I love the consistency with Savas and having it be not just for our district, not just through K-12, but also with ALA and with other community partners. This is a resource that's being used widely across, and we know that's something that's really important to our community members. The consistency, Socratic method, and one thing I'll say is I know that these curriculum adoptions are so difficult, and there has been a lot of curriculum adoptions. We're in this process of streamlining and tightening everything up, so it'll be painful for a minute, but so much better moving forward for both return and report, and also figuring out where we need to do better, figuring out what is happening. I'm seriously impressed with the scope and caliber of the committee. What was it, 326 years combined educational experience? Like, I don't have a degree in education. My expertise is elsewhere, so I very, very much appreciate you using your educations to help us to pick the very, very, very best resource. And I know that no resource is perfect, but I really appreciate you all bringing forward with your expertise what you believe to be the best option for PUSD at this time. I like that it's supported remote learning. I think that's a really, really important question to ask. I did notice that, did Savas have like the best presentation just right off the cuff? Because I noticed the least amount of follow-up questions having to be asked to Savas as opposed to McGraw-Hill and some of the others.
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, I would share that I'm a stickler for following the directions, and my directions were very clear on what my expectations were.
Well done. I just wanted to end with one last thing. There's so much I could say about this, but my son graduated from high school this week, and his physics teacher, physics was his least favorite subject, and she got up and said, one thing I love about him is he would always challenge us to think, why are we learning this, and how will I actually use this in my life? And it brings me back to the whole point of an education is to develop critical learners, to develop assertive learners, and so that kids have the opportunity to create a life that they love, a meaningful life of productivity that they love. And so I think that this hits all the boxes, and I loved hearing you just reference all the things that are near and dear to my heart that I find to be very, very important. And I just am really, really excited for the tightening up of the processes and the streamlining so that we're just all charging full steam ahead for our students.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions before I start with mine?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for this presentation, and thank you, the Textbook Selection Committee, and the hard work that you guys put in for this. It is definitely a lot to partake in and to digest, and we appreciate your careful thought. You know, it is very meaningful for me to be able to have a hand in hopefully selecting a curriculum that my own children will benefit from. And I just want to say again, thank you. And speaking of leading with excellence, you know, this demonstrates excellence, the transparency, the responsiveness, and I know that there's some, you know, questions in the ninth inning that required some last-minute response, and I appreciate that. That's really what's going to make this a smoother process, in my opinion. I do think that there's a saying, you know, there's the curriculum that you buy and there's a curriculum that you taught. And going through, I do have to admit that I went a little bit undercover here, and I signed up for a teacher's demo of the Savas curriculum to preview all of the worksheets, the exams, the assessments, the videos, and there's just a lot in there. And so I think that we can close the gap a little bit more on the curriculum that we buy versus the curriculum that we teach, and help teachers with those resources to be able to make that mission accomplished. The only other question that I would have, Dr. Hernandez, is in the instance where we have issues with certain portrayals of concepts or learning concepts, I know that Savas responded back with they would be willing to, you know, sit down at the table and kind of review some of those content. But what would that process look like, being that we are trying to put our landing gear down for the fall?
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, thank you for that question. That is a great question. So in our experience, because we are Savas customers with our math and our science, one of the examples I'll give you is that when our Algebra 1 textbooks came, now we were about 2-3 weeks into the school year, and time was of the essence in getting them going, we found a couple errors in math, and you can imagine how high school math teachers felt about that. And I will tell you, the response from Savas on getting a complete reprint turned around and delivered for us was incredible. And so that has stayed with me. And in the instances where we have been challenged with, you know, the way the content is presented or another way it comes about. Now, if you go back to the What Happens Next document, this is where our teams of leaders and teachers come together and they review that content. So buying a textbook as deep and as broad as these are, we have a lot of content we can choose from. So if there is content then that we don't like, the way something is represented or the order of the words in the sentence, we have the opportunity to not select that, and then also to provide feedback to the company to say, you should consider changing this or we aren't going to use it. Now, the other thing about the online component is it is changeable overnight. So often if we find anything, we will be able to tell them, this is what we don't like, turn it off, make this change, turn it back on. And they have guaranteed they will be incredibly responsive to us as customers.
Dr. Hernandez, I appreciate that response. So it sounds like something could be going from a conversation at the table to implementing those changes as a customer relatively quickly. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I read in the packet, I don't know if it's left folder, right folder, but that this is a customized product for Peoria Unified, and that we are one of the first necessarily to kind of have a full module of this scope and sequence, if that's correct.
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, that is correct. It was built for Arizona, and I am aware of one other district out of the gates ahead of us. And then, of course, our new neighbors with ALA, they have already committed. They have committed to K-12, all 4 core, and some of the electives from Savas. So I think they're the only ones who are getting out of the gates a little bit ahead of us. But that's also a good thing for us because it is new, and they are very, very receptive to ensuring it is built with Arizona first and foremost. This isn't the Florida version, the Texas version, or the national version. This is the Arizona version. They have been going through taking new, fresh pictures of Arizona landmarks and going through that process, and that is, for us in Arizona, that's incredible.
Thank you. President Rooks, that's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. I just had one question. I love that you just answered that. That was my question too. But the other one was, I noticed in one of the response questions, there was brought up of Savvis with aligning to the 6th to 8th grade standard. Someone wrote in one of the responses. So can you talk about, does it meet those 6th to 8th grade standard alignment?
So, President Rooks, in Arizona, we have chosen to be very creative with our junior high and middle school state standards. This is no different than in science, where when our leaders at the state level and the committees got together and they built out the standards, they chose to put those standards in a very unique and creative order that is unlike other states. And so in building the Arizona version of the junior high 6 through 8 curriculum, they had to reorder their content according to our unique organization of standards. So in our science curriculum, we have seen the same piece as well, where the textbooks were originally developed with that 6, 7, 8 piece in mind, and our teachers were needing to go, well, I'm a 6th grade teacher, but I need to borrow this from the 7th grade teacher, I need to borrow this from the 8th grade teacher, and shuffling books, and then we thought, well, we'll just buy one for everybody, and then their classrooms were overflowing with books. And so the solution Savvis has come up with 6 through 8 is better than what we have for our own science as well. And so this is a good combination of how they've chosen to incorporate those books across those grade levels, reflecting on how our standards are built.
Okay. And then, so working through the process of your timeline, if there is an adoption that takes place, let's say 6 months from now, you notice something, like it's, something's brought up or whatever, how will you kind of work through that process with Savvis?
So when a concern is surfaced, no matter where it comes from, we find it in the source, we verify it ourselves, ensure that it is indeed an issue. And quite honestly, Mrs. Rooks, I will call directly to the Vice President of Sales and make my concerns known. That's my anchor point. My staff typically works with our local representative, but when an issue surfaces that requires that level of action, I have absolutely no problem picking up the phone and calling the right person to get the job done.
This is why I always tell you in public why I trust you. I've said that a couple times, so thank you for the answer on that. I know that Mrs. Bowles wanted to, I'm guessing, recognizing somebody on the committee. So if you'd like to go ahead and do that, and then we can move on to 2.2.
I would like to recognize 2 people because I did not know the one was going to be in the room, so it's going to be 2. It's going to be for Corky and Teddy for all the support behind the scenes they've given in many, 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 many committees, but we'll just speak of tonight because you're here.
She's bringing them to you.
You guys will have some pins. She's coming.
I'm not sharing the microphone yet.
So I will also, was going to recognize 2 committee members. I wanted to recognize Mr. Johnson. I know you've been here a very long time. You were at my school, Frontier.
Wow.
So I just want to recognize all the hard work that you have put into this. You were up here helping us try to get through the lesson. So I wanted to recognize you, and I also wanted to recognize Jessica Hamilton for all of her hard work that she does for Dr. Hernandez and the team. She was actually also here today supervising so that I could look through some of the books. And so I just wanted to recognize her also. She's also connected to my family as a friend of the family. So I wanted to recognize both of them. So I'm going to come down. All right. So we're going to move now on to 2.2, 9th through 12th History and Social Sciences Curriculum Textbook Adoption. Dr. Hernandez.
As soon as Terry is ready with our presentation.
Okay.
So you will have a new folder for 912, so just make sure you have that in front of you. So good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Superintendent Summers, cabinet, and guests. So I think you've proven yourselves to be experts in the textbook selection work, so I'm going to move more quickly through this presentation because most of it is similar, and then we'll slow down as we get into the details with the high school pieces. So I'm pleased to bring forward later tonight the Textbook Selection Committee for 912 History and Social Sciences textbook adoption, the recommendation for the Governing Board to consider and approve the core courses of Arizona and U.S. History for Savvis Learning, copyright 2025, Economics, Savvis Learning, copyright 2022, Government, Savvis Learning, copyright 2023, World History, Savvis Learning, 2022, and Geography Alive, from Geography Alive from 2025. The RFM and the references are in the left side of your folder. So for consideration of the high school and history, social sciences textbook adoption specific to AP courses, we recommend the following: Advanced Placement European History, Bedford, Freeman, and Worth, copyright 2024. Advanced Placement Government, Bedford, BFW, 2025. Advanced Placement Psychology, BFW, 2024. Advanced Placement U.S. History, BFW, 2024. And Advanced Placement World History, BFW, 2023. Noting that in the left side of your folder, we have vendor references that are also available for your review. So as the process for 912 is identical to K8, President Works, with your approval, I'll go ahead and move more quickly through this information. You're very aware of the 4 chapters of our work together. Just with K8, we highlighted the importance of how our standards are developed and maintained. We've talked about the importance of having resources that haven't expired and that we have access to. We talked about the technology considerations, that content is uploaded to reflect our students and their interests, and ensuring that the best practices of learning and teaching serves as a foundation in our classrooms. And as you can see, it has been a few years, even more so than K8, than the last time we've had a formal governing board approved adoption. And for the advanced placement part of this process, this is the first time in recent that we have included this in the overall process for adoption. The high school standards have also undergone the same standards updates as our K8s. So we highlighted earlier how the expectations have changed, with those 3 shifts being the same, related to focus on conceptual understanding, focusing on student inquiry, collaboration, and informed action, along with integrating content and skills purposely. One significant difference I will call your attention to between K8 and 912. The K8, if you'll recall, had storylines, whereas in the high school, the transitions, we focus on a disciplinary area. So returning to course-specific focus such as world history or economics, which are designed to be directly aligned to the Arizona state standards for history and social sciences. As tonight's recommendation also includes AP courses, we want to take a look a little deeper at how the alignment is addressed. The alignment for advanced placement is seen through course frameworks, the components, and the units within. The course frameworks reflect the rigor and of the introductory college classes they represent. They cover a wide range of subjects, including history and social sciences, and culminate in a standardized exam that assesses college-level knowledge and skills. Within the scope and the flexibility, the students are asked to be able to work with that college-level content, as well as providing some flexibility to the teachers in the design of the course. State standards are more specific to the state's educational goals, and in historical context, and dealing in detailed guidelines for each state. So the breadth and depth of an AP course considers both the state required standards as well as ensuring that the college expectations are met. In an AP course framework, we would typically see the big ideas and enduring understandings, course skills, unit guides, instructional approaches, and assessment information. And finally, ending with course units. For example, our AP US Government would include these such units: Foundations of American Democracy, Interactions Among Branches of Government, Civil Liberties and Civil Rights, American Political Ideologies and Beliefs, and Political Participation. My teacher voice is fading. Here again, we have the visual demonstration and the shift of expectations from the perspective of the learner. And as I shared earlier, in order to meet the expectations of the standards, and the high school teachers need to be able to access resources that are designed to support these pieces. Also with K-8, the 9-12 curriculum needs to reflect support and access for every learner and be doable in the time allotted across the school year. And there we go, successfully wrapping up Chapter 1 and heading into a review of the relative statutory requirements specific to procurement exemption, open meeting law, and policy guiding the selection methods. And that brings us to our timeline that you've seen. The 9-12 procedure was the same as the K-8, highlighting the times. We started this process back in December, and here we are in April, ready to make that recommendation. While the K-8 and the 9-12 textbook selection committees ran independent of each other, the unified aspect of our district certainly surfaced in all the conversations, even in the 9-12. The committee recognized and honed in on the same critical aspects of consistency, continuity, and capacity in the situations at the high school. I talked earlier about the physics and the chemistry example, and that certainly surfaced among the high school teachers. So all right, you've been doing a great job catching up as we wrapped up Chapter 2, heading into Chapter 3 with our textbook selection process. So on top of their regularly assigned duties, our 16 members logged 1,152 hours about, and our district staff logged an extra 582-ish hours supporting and getting ready and doing the prep work. So who are these incredible 9-12 members? They represent our high school social studies teachers, special education, our English learner programs, gifted, the instructional technology content coaches, our school leaders, our district administrators, and even some community members, our parents, and of course some former Peoria Unified students. And here's that chart, and if you'll indulge me one more time to recognize this group and ask those who are present tonight if they would stand to be recognized. Cumulatively, this is a much smaller group, but 316 years of professional education experience that they brought to the consideration and recommendation this evening. And of course, I want to spend a little time saying thank you again, because similarly, all of the time away from their classrooms and the things that happen at high schools and all that, covering classes, duties, and lesson planning, and planning for subs, and being away from your classes and being away from your students, which I know is probably the hardest part for you. We appreciate all of those who covered that work back at the school site, so our team here could invest deeply in the progress. So thank you everyone who's out there listening for your contribution to making this happen. And similar to K-8, the textbook selection committee utilized the gateway process. Now I'll tell you, I was so impressed with how you handled the activity, your participation, your ability to be proficient users of the rubric, that I'm going to give you a pass on the activity that we had planned here involving the economics book. You are welcome. So similarly, if you refer to our timeline, you'll recall that the textbook selection committees were in midstream, and we stopped to pause to be able to respond to the governing board's resolution, along with the Dear Colleague letter of February 14th and Superintendent Boggs' email. The learning and teaching team requested the same attestations from our 9-12 vendors who were still under consideration at that time, and those are also in your folder. These submissions meeting those gateway expectations advanced into the presentation phase. Keeping in mind the timing of the presentations occurred, and our committees had already done that deep review, and so if I was a salesperson standing in front of one of our groups, I might be a little intimidated. So to prepare for those vendor presentations, I outlined the expectations and the directions for doing so, what I thought was quite clear, in which they responded to in their presentation. The presentations were designed to help us understand the method of approach to supporting learning across all of our classrooms. For those who were invited to present, oops, I'm missing that one. Off the top of your head, who came to present for high school? BFW, TCI, and Savas. Thank you. Those are the three. Oh, and Perfection Learning. Thank you. I'm missing a page, but just one. So, Emma Hill. There were 5. So also in your folders in the right side, you'll find the vendor presentation follow-up questions for 912 in addition to the vendor responses. And in accordance with state statute, you know that we had our display here in the lobby for 60 days in addition to being matched online. So those textbooks were available as well as the login information for the digital collections. And after the 60-day window closed, all the feedback was collected and provided to the committee members for their review throughout the process and again collectively at the end. After committee members were given time to independently evaluate all of the information and data they had collected, members were encouraged to evaluate submissions based on strengths, and after a great deal of very rigorous discussion at the high school level, a consensus was reached by the group in order to propose submissions for the high school courses. And again, the group surfaced the areas of consistency, continuity, and capacity, noting the same connections between when students transition from 8th grade to 9th grade, the support students bring along with them already being familiar with the platform and the curriculum aids to a greater start, more successful at that high school level for our students. A copy of all the public feedback is also available for you and has been provided on top of your folder, noting that we had 21 public responses to the displays. And then on April 11th, the recommendation came forward to the superintendent for his consideration as well, which leaves us and brings us right back to tonight. So we arrived to today with the Textbook Selection Committee's recommendation for our core courses as seen here on the screen, offering awards to Savas and BFW. And for our advanced placement courses, BFW. And similarly to our K-8 work, what happens next? Of course, all the business aspects of an approval to order and all those things, but we replicate the same process for our committee work with the what happens next as far as standards and course competencies alignment, the scope and sequence and pacing and planning, aligning the materials and resources, toggling on and off the resources that make the most sense for our scope and sequence here in Peoria. We're looking at those assessments, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, we are reflecting and reviewing consistently across the school year with our teachers and their school leaders is to ensure that we have the best scope and sequence, pace and plan available for them, and it's reflective of their feedback. And with that, I'm pleased to bring forward for your consideration for our core history and social science classes of Arizona United States History, Economics, Government and World History, Savas Learning, for Geography, the Teachers Curriculum Institute, and, oops, I went too fast, and for our AP Advanced Placement courses, Bedford, Freeman, and Worth, AP European History, AP Government, AP Psychology, AP United States History, and AP World History. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hernandez, again. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments for the high school courses?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Rooks, President Rooks. I'm looking for the standards for the AP Psychology in here, for our AP classes. Is that in here?
Though we do not include the standards for those.
Okay, okay. And then one other question that I was thinking of, it relates to both. When you get the feedback, that's like in this big, and I know the committee looks through that feedback, right? And they synthesize it and discuss it and so forth. Can you tell me a little bit about that process and how you come to a resolution with whatever that feedback is? Thank you.
Certainly. President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing. So the committee is deep into their gateway work, and as feedback comes in, as the committee comes back together, we provide that for consideration. So they are always considering what they are physically seeing in the textbooks through their indicator review, as well as the feedback from community members, and considering how in alignment are they. And then the discussion is usually around the common themes that evolve. What strengths or weaknesses did a community member surface regarding a particular course or subject area, and is that in alignment with what they are currently seeing? And so as we go through the process, and this is a change we made for this process, historically what we've done is we've provided that entire packet at the very end in that red box, but this time we really wanted to have that feedback throughout the process. So if there was anything glaring that came from the feedback that we hadn't noticed or hadn't gotten to yet, we would have that in our peripheral. So then again, at the very end, we put the packet all together so the committee could look at it comprehensively. So what we typically do is we have the committee break into smaller groups and discuss and see, and then they share out into the microphone so the community could hear, if they were listening, to what it is that they saw or found from strengths and weaknesses surfacing through that feedback. So we have a couple different options for the individual as well as the collective group to hear responses. And then they sometimes talk about, do we think this was a teacher who wrote that or a student who wrote this, and to try to understand that perspective in which that feedback came from.
And then how does the materials, I'm assuming that you looked at this, but especially for our AP classes, I know that a lot of times they can get the dual enrollment piece of that. And so how do we ensure that it's meeting those dual enrollment standards, on that piece?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, if a course is offered as dual enrollment through one of our community college partners, they have the criteria that we need to meet to ensure that we can offer that dual enrollment credit. The advanced placement is very clear in their course frameworks and what we need to have, and they do the final approval on what that syllabi needs to look like to have those pieces in it, and that is true across dual enrollment and AP.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you again for the presentation. I know a lot of it was the same. One thing that I didn't mention last, just an observation I had going through the demonstration portal I signed up for, is that it does seem like their Realize portal is a little bit clunky. And so that's just, I'm not tossing arrows, but that's some feedback I'd like to share. That way in your conversations, you can have that in the back of your mind, just echoing some frustrations of some students and teachers about the usability for the end user. And then also my other recommendation is should later in the regular board meeting, if it is adopted, having one point of contact, I don't know if that would be yourself, Dr. Hernandez, for any discrepancies, issues, or questions related to the K-12 history curriculum with office.
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, I would defer to Dr. Summers as to whether he's comfortable with me being the direct contact.
With the governing board's blessing, I believe Dr. Hernandez is an excellent point of contact.
Well, we can't take an official vote on that, but we can express our opinion. Does that answer your question, Clerk Toby?
Yeah, I just figured that it'd be great to have just a single point of contact or a funnel to where if there's any issues, that way we're not losing any concerns or things get forgotten. But like I said, very robust curriculum. I went through a lot of the worksheets, went through a lot of the lesson plans, even the text itself, and it's definitely a lot to choose from. So thank you.
Just curious, how did you do on the tests?
Clerk Toby, I think your instructor was asking how you did on the test through your portal you had.
Yeah. I passed with flying colors thanks to the lesson. Thank you.
Excellent. That's what we want to hear.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. These letters are very helpful from the different vendors and interesting as well, because it seems that, although I'll say it like this, I'm grateful for a leader that brings something up to the plate that's very clear, and they have to respond to that. So I appreciate that a lot. And thank you again to all the people who put these things together. My children were done in the district in 2018, yeah. And yeah, we need new curriculum. So thank you for all your hard work, and thank you is just not enough, but thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
My only question is kind of along the lines of what Mrs. Ewing was asking about, which, giving some context, we saw some really compelling data of AP versus dual enrollment. Are we fairly confident or have a reasonable degree of confidence that these AP resources would meet the requirements of dual enrollment?
President Rooks, Mrs. Proudfit, I'm very confident.
Thank you. I could see the team was shaking their heads up and down too. So you're doing good,
Okay, good.
doing a good job. Like, no, I think this was great presentation. I was very impressed with your leadership on this, and all of the just laying everything out for the past 60 days. The online, I loved having the feature of logging in online from my home with my kids running around screaming, being able to log in and see the content. I appreciate that so much as a parent and as a board member, to be able to see that, because I know it's really hard for families to try to drive up here and try to read through, but if we have access to be able to see what's online and what will be in front of the kids like that, I'm just very thankful that you did it that way. So thank you for that. I think the only thing, and that's what I would love to see if an adoption comes through with your process, is I did make note of the McRuger's American Interactive. Just some of the content that I did see on there, I know is probably going to raise a lot of concerns with parents in the classrooms. And so I just think that that's something that I would really like to hone in on and focus on through that process, if adopted, what that looks like, because I really want to make sure that that is addressed, because that's something that I am going to be held accountable for and what I ran on, and making sure that I hold to that standard. So, but like I've said before, I trust you. And that's a lot for me to say. So thank you for everything you've done.
President Rooks, what I would suggest is, and when we did some of our earlier elementary adoptions, our elementary schools did what they call curriculum night, where they invited families to come, they set up the beautiful displays and allowed them to look through the materials, and then talk to families, moms and dads, about, so yes, some of these books are literally over 1,000 pages long, and we don't cover all of that content. To be able to explain some of that, and that there's material in there that is not aligned to an Arizona standard specifically, or it isn't something that, according to our vision, mission, and values, that we would align to a standard. And that breadth and depth of those texts allows us to have that flexibility. So we'll work with our schools to ensure that in those specific situations, with the curriculum nights and the opportunity to view what's coming and how it works in the classroom, that our high schools and our elementaries are set up to be successful there.
Thank you. And then, so also another question, just because I know if an adoption occurs tonight, how, I don't know if this was asked earlier or not, how does it look for our teachers and staff learning how to work through that in the summer? Because I know that was a big thing when we did the math and science. So I just want to make sure that we're including them in that, so that they don't feel so overwhelmed with it.
So President Rooks, the timing is everything, which is why we're here this evening, in order to get all the purchasing through and then be able to schedule the professional development, the professional learning. That's really time sensitive to the approval if granted. And so then from there, once we have that, we look at what those new year training opportunities look like. The advantage with the, as you've heard already, the advantage with the selected materials is that there is already a lot of knowledge as far as utilizing the platforms, so understanding the methodology of how materials are laid out. And so the step will be much smaller that many of our educators will need to make than it was when we moved to math and science at the same time.
And this will also be utilized for Peoria Traditional for their social studies curriculum, is that correct?
So I will be discussing that with incoming Principal Lime.
Okay, got it. Okay. I think that was the only questions. Sorry, they pop into my head. I'm a learner, so it just comes right in. Does anybody else have any follow-up questions? Mrs. Ewing, go ahead.
So I believe it's in here, but I just want to get clarity on it. Once the purchase of this happens, are there, for the governing board, are there expected costs that will come? Like I'm thinking the professional development piece, I know for the first year, I believe, we have professional development, but will there be needed staff trainings that they'll need to go to out of state, that type of thing? So are there additional costs or any other items that I'm not considering so that we know we can be fiscally responsible? So thank you.
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, as you saw in the RFM, we do require that the entire first year of training and professional development, professional learning is included in the initial purchase price. Now, any company is always willing to sell you extra things if you need them. We are very fortunate to here be talent rich in Peoria Unified with an incredible staff and team that become the trainers of the content. My team teases me because I refer to stranger danger. I much prefer to have one of our own staff standing in front of our teachers and our leaders delivering the content than someone from the outside. So to the extent possible, we do use that training and those supports to get our own staff up and running to be able to support at the school and the classroom level.
And then one other question I'm going to ask is what, and let me know if this is actually outside of the agenda item, but what guardrails do you put in place to make sure that our staff is using these curriculums only and that type of thing? I know that typically, and what is the process if for some reason there's a gap that's discovered in the alignment?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, that is a challenging question to answer because we are working through a very new process. And as we've heard your other board members note, we're really going from a 6-lane freeway down to a 2-lane freeway, so to speak, in those guardrails and what it is we want to use. We want to be able to have, and you hear me talk about this all the time, my big 3. Standards alignment, number 1. Every student, every day, every learner, number 2, and full transparency with the community and the parents is number 3. And that transparency piece comes from what's built into the law, that the parents have the right to view the curriculum. In order to honor that right, you need to use that curriculum. And so in situations where we've had teachers who have been less than eager to move to the new resources, we've encouraged coach support on site for them, as well as working with their school leaders to put the supports in place to make them comfortable to move. We don't all move at the same time, at the same pace. And so we try to honor that as well and ensuring that they feel supported to move into those new resources that they have.
Thank you. Anybody else, questions or comments?
I just have a quick question. Might not be a quick answer. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. For parents that, if we adopt this curriculum, are there resources for parents online on our website? Can they hopefully not have 6 books in a kid's backpack, but can they open a book? I mean, that's a big deal. It's a really big deal. So what resources are for parents to connect this curriculum with their child, and help them even with homework or where they're at or that kind of thing?
Sure. President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, so parent resources were a key part of our RFM as well. We wanted to see what does that look like if a parent sees through the lens of their student when their student is logged into the Realize platform, so that they're able to support those pieces. So they have access there, and then we also have a really great set with the pending adoption of resources geared to helping parents know, so what does it look like to learn social studies now? Because when it was so different than what my students learn, what my children versus when I was a child. And so some of those pieces, and then we also lean into our incredible teachers and our administrators and our coaches to help parents come along with that. The other piece we have is Canvas, which is a very wonderful tool to support that transparency. Parents can have their own login and they can see the work their students are doing along the way. And so that's been a very helpful resource as well. And not all parents are accessing it yet. And so, but as they come on, sometimes as their students get a little older and that becomes a little more, I want to double check and make sure that this is really what's happening, that tool is becoming more and more valuable.
Thank you.
Is that all the questions and comments? Going once, going twice. All right. We are going to then take a, let's do a 10-minute break so that everyone can.
President Rooks, if I may, we do have, as part of our recognition this evening, Centennial's High School Jazz Band that's out in the lobby, so they are going to be playing music during recess. So I know we've got it good 12 at least. If you want to start right at 6, that's,
Yeah.
or at whatever time you're most comfortable.
Yeah,
12-ish.
minutes. Yes.
Okay. Excellent.
That works.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you again. Good evening, everybody. So we will resume our governing board meeting. We are going to open with number 3, opening exercises, 3.1, moment of silence, and 3.2, pledge of allegiance and the preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Ms. Bowles, would you like to lead us this evening?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
All right, moving on to number 4, address agenda. 4.1, address agenda and consider adoption or recommend changes of our agenda this evening. Do board members have any recommendations they would like? Also, just as a note, Clerk Toby is on phoning in for our governing board meeting this evening. So I will motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote since Clerk Toby is calling in.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
Yes.
President Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Motion passes with the 5 yeas. Moving on to number 5, recognitions. 5.1, recognitions. Danielle Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Brooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and guests that have joined us tonight. As most of you may be aware, on March 25th, our district hosted the inaugural Math Madness competition, bringing together high school mathletes from 5 different high schools in the Peoria Unified School District. Each of these students competed at their respective school sites as individuals and as a team to earn their spot in the district level competition. The competition tested their mastery of mathematical theorems and formulas spanning from basic algebra to advanced calculus. Tonight, we are joined by the winning team from Ironwood High School, led by Mr. Rob Shannon. They took home the championship trophy from the inaugural competition, and we're going to introduce Mr. Shannon and the team here in a quick moment, but want to share that as this was our first time putting together this incredible event, just another nod to our academic services team that took the lead on bringing something just really, really incredible into our district that was a wonderful way for students to participate across our district. Just another program that we provide here in Peoria Unified that truly separates us from others in the way that we are recognizing the talents of all of our learners. So really want to give a big nod to our academic services team and the leadership of Dr. Hernandez for this work. We're going to bring up a couple members of that team here in just a moment, but I want to jump back to our winning team from Ironwood High School. We were so incredibly proud of them. And so mathletes, when you hear me say your name, if you're here with us tonight, we know many of them being very busy students have some other commitments, but when I share your name, if you would stand so we can give you a big round of applause. I'll begin with our seniors, Daniel Wirt, Alyssa Ridgely, Sasha Tehori, Owen White, Juniors, and a couple of them I know aren't here, Jaden Beats, James Van Gotham, Nicholas Shimoshaji Sokol, and Theo Benavides. Our sophomores, Benjamin Tram and Sophia Tahore. And rounding out the team with our freshmen, Anthony Furno and Eldad Solomon, Caden Cook and Logan Thomas. So we want to congratulate them for a job well done. And we'll let you set that massive trophy down. That's quite something to carry, especially as the first team here in the district to take home that trophy. We are so very proud of you. We'll have you sit, and if I could have Mr. Shannon, if you could stand. We thank you for your leadership, and we want to give you a big round of applause as well. And I want to specifically recognize two of the individuals that really helped to bring this inaugural event to life for our district. Mr. Michael Gahan from Centennial High School, as well as Mrs. Mary Carlson, the district's mathematics content coach. If we can give them a round of applause. I'd be remiss if I didn't also shout out Mr. Dunham, I believe, is here as well. Thank you, Mr. Dunham, principal from Ironwood High School. And board members, at this time, I'd invite Mrs. Carlson up. I know she can speak to our entire Mathletes competition and everything that went into this event if you have any questions. And I know Mr. Gahan wasn't able to be here this evening, but I will turn the microphone over to Mrs. Carlson.
Thank you. Board, I stand for any questions. I do have a speech, so just know it's like, Academy Awards if needed, so.
Well, do you want to do the speech first? Or
I can just totally do that, and then if you have questions.
Okay.
Sounds good. All right, so congratulations again, Mr. Rob Shannon. Just totally appreciate you and the Ironwood High School Mathletes. Thank you for making my dream come true. This has been a dream of mine literally for 20 years here in the district that I've been a part of this, especially when I became a content coach here. Each subject area had a special event. History and social sciences, they had the speech contest. ELA, you guys had the spelling bee. Science even has Project Wet. So for math, of course, I asked myself, well, what does high school math have? Oh, guess what? We have Math Madness now. I would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to my academic service team for helping, decorating, supporting, and scoring the event. Literally, they had to grade everything by hand. I would also like to thank, of course, from Centennial High School, the Math Society, and their esteemed leader, Mr. Michael Gahan. He has dad hat on tonight, coaching his son playing soccer this evening. After doing instructional rounds in my role, I spoke to some of the students and decided to email Mr. Gahan an idea. And of course, he immediately said, hey, I'm in. As stated during the event, over 387 emails later, and still counting, here we are. We wrote a proposal, we brought it to my boss, Ms. Nina Buckley, my director of learning and teaching, Ms. Sherry Piazza, and the executive director of secondary education, Ms. Chris Lopez-Lira, and got the final seal of approval by our chief academic officer, supported officer, Dr. Hernandez. In addition to Mr. Gahan and Mr. Rob Shannon, I would like to thank the rest of the math coordinators from the 5 high schools that did participate. Ms. Chris King from Raymond S. Kellis High School, Ms. Joanna Gatner from Peoria High School, and a special thanks to Ms. Quang, who was my pre-calculus honors teacher here when I attended Peoria High School. So look at where it got me, guys. She did good. Again, I want to thank all of them for their hard work and their commitment to seeing this event come to fruition. We had a packed schedule where our wonderful chief, Dr. Hernandez, kicked us off. We had an exciting individual rounds, including a sprint round, target round, and then we moved to team rounds and a relay round with over 60 mathlete participants in an all-day math test-taking event. This ended with awards being presented to first through third place individuals. As you can see, some of them are wearing medals here tonight for that, through the 9th through 12th grade bands, recognizing a top overall individual that was represented from Liberty High School. And of course, with our help of Dr. Summers, our superintendent, he was able to give some closing remarks and help present that wonderful traveling trophy that we got for our kids. It meant so much not only to the students and hardworking math coordinators, but to me personally, when our governing board member, Mrs. Ewing, showed up. She changed her shirt, she rolled up her sleeves, and decided to go ahead and start collecting and passing out papers. Because I said, if you want the shirt, you gotta, you're gonna help. So she said, of course. And again, thank you, Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Summers, for your support. Additionally, I'd like to recognize that this was the first time in my 20 years of being an educator here in the district that every single cabinet member came to an academic event. So I just want to personally thank you. You came, you looked the kids in the eyes, you asked them the questions, you shook their hands. It really does mean something to us. In this case, I just want to know, or want you to know, that we truly felt known, cared for, and valued, because every single one of you did come. So thank you so much for that. A favorite moment of mine, a kiddo left his shirt. I mean, there's so many favorite moments. I mean, besides the fact that, like, the kids obviously love the snacks and everything. But when a student had left his shirt and he came back and he's just like, I just want to tell you that is the most fun I've had doing math all day. Thank you so much. I can't wait for this again. I'm really trying to get them to come back to grade for me, can you tell? So I would like to thank the parents also who came to support. And again, congratulations to Mr. Rob Shannon, Ironwood, mathletes. I'm just so proud of you with your amazing team efforts. We've already received feedback from our students, and we're looking forward to growing and planning next year's event. So. You put me in front of a mic, I'm sorry.
All right, Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments?
I do, and when you were doing that day, we didn't have these pens, and so I want to make sure that you get one of these pens for your excellence and bringing this forward. It was phenomenal to be there and watch the students. Math is not my subject, but it was so great to see them so engaged, so enjoying this, and I can't wait to see this happen again, and I can't wait for us to go to regionals or nationals, because I think we definitely have the caliber for that. So I want to give this to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Yes, congratulations. This is amazing. This is the kind of caliber of math and student learning to where we actually can correct the textbook company, as Dr. Hernandez said earlier. Great job by all, and I totally agree with Mrs. Ewing. Very deserving of that pin. You and your peers are literally shaving tomorrow with programs like this. We're raising the academic standards, and we're making it fun and engaging, and I appreciate that. I wish I could be there in person, but Mrs. Ewing, good job stealing my thunder there and giving her a pin. Well deserved, and please look forward to seeing this next year.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
I like how you, somewhere beginning, I think, when you did your speech, connecting the math to other curricula areas, even, sports, I was thinking because of the name you adopted, and fitting into their niche, so to speak, and that is well worth celebrating, right? And I just appreciate that. I appreciate that you acknowledge that, you see that. And of course, you wouldn't be a teacher if you didn't, I don't think, but just helping students find their place is very important, and it reminded me of a saying. I think I'm going to be repeating this over and over, but the two most important days of your life are the day you were born and the day you find out why. And that was from Mark Twain, and that's all I could think about when you were saying that. I was thinking, wow, you know what? This is what I actually told my students when I was in the district. those ones that we call, well, actually, it's kind of cool to be a nerd now, but they're the ones you're going to be working for, so treat them well. So, you know, the ones in the room that won this award, you're probably going to be now my grandchildren's, you know, leaders. But thank you, thank you, thank you. I know it was wow, I don't know what to say. Our first time in our district, like, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal, and I just want you to know that. Thank you. You represent well.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any comments?
Just want to say congratulations. It looks like Ironwood cleaned up in the medals department as well. I think there's three or four of you there that have additional medals from the event. I'm very excited to attend this event next year. Can't wait to see what it's all about. So the schools that participated were Callis, Peoria, Ironwood, Liberty, Centennial?
Yes.
Okay, so then we have to issue a challenge out to
Completely.
Cactus and Sunrise.
Oh, we're ready to go.
We need
No
some
problem.
representation from Cactus and Sunrise. My kids go to Sunrise, so I'm going to be on this for the next.
And my own kid goes to Cactus.
Okay,
so.
you and me, we're going to tag team this. We're going to get entire district representation.
Yes, ma'am.
Next year. But thank you. I'm going to kind of echo something we shared at a previous board meeting. But it takes a certain amount of innovation to see what is possible and make it happen. So thank you for not just dreaming and wanting something to happen, but taking the steps in the 350 plus emails to make that event happen. And I'm sure this is going to become a proud and longstanding Peoria tradition. So thank you.
Thank you.
I want to echo all of them, but it's kind of, you've left me speechless with how amazing this is and how just your enthusiasm, your drive to see that and to see it go into their lives is amazing. And I mean, this is amazing that you guys are the first winners for the Mathletes program. That's going to go 15 years from now. That's what's going to go history-wise. They're going to look back on that and know that you guys were the first ones. And that is so incredible. And you should be very proud to have that in our district. And thank you to you and your team for creating this. I think this is amazing to see. I loved how you did point out science, what we have in science in the district, and that we have, you know, the patriotic speech, and then we have all the different areas, and that you came up with this. That's amazing. Thank you for what you do.
And just know that it's still coming, but so everyone can see, because that trophy, they have to earn it again next year. It's a traveling trophy. It will go from school to school. I mean, they have to defend it. So let's say it does move on, they will be getting a banner that will be hung. So kind of like with our sports areas, we also have a Math Madness Championship banner that will be proudly hung at Ironwood High School as well. And they too will be getting some Math Madness Mathlete pins as well.
That's awesome. That just, the Tutorial Cup just really rang a bell in my head of ASU and U of A when they have the showdown.
As long as you have the right one, Ms. Chris, I'm just saying.
Sorry, I'm the fork. So sorry. But it just, I love that we're going to have that, and it's going to show that driven competition in that area. And just, you guys are amazing. Like, that is, I'm in shock and in awe. So thank you for everything you've done. Congratulations again.
Well, President Rooks, members of the board, we do have an additional recognition this evening. And before we get to that, I just want to note, you may have noticed as you were coming into the board meeting tonight that you were welcomed by the sounds of a few of our musicians from Centennial High School Jazz Combo. They are under the direction of Mrs. Kate Manasco, who is here in the back. And I want to share, Mrs. Manasco is one of our incredible arts educators here in our district. She reached out to us a couple of months ago and said, you know, we'd just love an opportunity to come and perform at a board meeting. And we said, just hold tight. If you'd give us a little more time, we have the perfect night for you to be here. You'll hear why in just a moment. But we selected this night in particular to have them come and play, and we're just so grateful that they got to kick off our meeting for us in this way. I want to mention that this jazz combo recently received an excellent rating at the Aboda State Jazz Festival. We are so glad to have them here. They were playing renditions of music from Hancock, Dorham, Marks, and Simons. And before we move to our formal recognition this evening, I was just hoping they could just take a bow and we could give them a round of applause and thank them for being here. And I know we have our Director of Arts Education, Mr. Rob Panzer, here as well, next to Mrs. Manasco. But on behalf of all of us, Ms. Manasco, we thank you so much for all that you are doing for our music programs and for Centennial High School. Thank you for being here tonight. We thought their performance was very fitting for this evening, and we asked them to be here tonight because we're here to recognize and celebrate the career of a very dedicated police officer who has supported Peoria Unified for many years, who also comes to us from Centennial High School. I'm going to try to hold it together during this one because this is very near and dear to my heart, this recognition tonight. For those of you who live within the district boundaries, you may have noticed that soon you will get a very special magazine. Board members, I left it up at the front for you tonight, and there's a very special tribute in there for this month. Thank you, Mrs. Bowles, for holding that up for everyone to see, that sneak peek. But it's honoring and recognizing Officer David Fernandez for his exceptional service as a Peoria police officer, but also to our school district. Officer Fernandez has been a decorated police officer for 21 years and has served as a full-time school resource officer at Centennial High School since 2011. He began service at Centennial when the district started hosting school resource officers on our high school campuses. Since this partnership with Peoria Police Department, Officer Fernandez has been an incredible support and resource, not just to the students and staff at Centennial, but across the district as we have built upon and improved our safety procedures over the years. He supported our schools with tabletop exercises, provided suggestions on ways that procedures could be improved. He's overseen the training of other Peoria school resource officers, ensuring that their transition from patrol or their other areas of service to the very different experience of being on a high school campus was seamless. Each summer, Officer Fernandez and another one of our school resource officers, Officer Hale from Liberty, hosts the Youth Citizen Police Academy, and it's a free program for students entering 7th or 8th grade to provide kind of an inside look at law enforcement and what it is that officers go through. On campus, Officer Fernandez is a mentor, a teacher, and a coach. Outside of his regular duties, he supported the district in launching our first anti-bullying art contest. And through his work with the Peoria Police Officers Association, we have been able to honor and recognize 3rd through 12th grade students across Peoria Unified for more than 10 years, highlighting and celebrating them at the annual Peoria Arts Festival. His service to Peoria Unified runs deep, and the relationships he's built here we know will last a lifetime. His retirement is certainly well-deserved, and I know I speak for our entire district leadership team when I just share how much we will miss having him at Centennial, and I know the school will miss having him there as well. I will tell you that in addition to all of the tactical work that he does supporting that campus and our school district, his heart for service is especially apparent. He's the first to mention and share that when we have some kind of a critical incident happen that is unfortunate, that we need extra support there for our staff, often even sending officers to check on those staff members that are there at the scene. He's joined tonight by his family. I'll let him introduce who he has with us, and I know members of the Peoria Police Department are here as well supporting him, and we just thank you for giving him to us for so long to serve Centennial. Without any further ado, I'm going to invite Officer Fernandez before you, and if we could please give him all the recognition he deserves.
Thank you. Wow, that's overwhelming. Thank you for the kind words. I'd like to thank Centennial's Jazz Band for being here and our awesome band director for coming out tonight, making it special. Congratulations to Ironwood's mathletes, the teachers, and a friend, Mr. Dunham. Congratulations. Not very good at these things, and so pretty uncomfortable, but I did write a few things down because I didn't want to forget. So I'd like to thank Dr. Summers and the governing board for, I know you guys are incredibly busy. Thank you for this recognition. Very grateful. I'm also grateful for the two of the board, to our mayor, Mayor Beck, to our city council, Chief Interari, and our command staff for the support and faith in the SRO-SLO program that has grown. Couldn't be prouder of the people that I work with. I always like to tell the students or remind them how important it is to surround yourself with great people. I have that at home. My wife of 40 years, thank you. Our daughters. Our daughters and their families who never fail to support, always listen. But we talk about surrounding yourself with great people, and I'm very, very fortunate in that, we don't get to choose our work families, and I have not one but two talented, dedicated work families. The PD, our bosses, couldn't choose better bosses. Sergeant Rosin and Sergeant Aponte. We have command staff here. I don't know that I can remember a time when they said no. We ask for something or make a suggestion, and they find a way to make it happen, or at least do their very best to try to make it happen. I get to work with very talented officers who inspire me to try to do better every day. To name just a few, Officer Kenny, Officer Del Sol, and of course, Officer Lisa Hale. My second work family, is Peoria Unified School District. I've had the opportunity to work with a number of you. It's inspiring. The talented, dedicated, hardworking people who are in for the right reason. I think a lot of the people who get into law enforcement and education, I think a lot of the people get in for the same reason, because we want to try to make a difference, to make the community a little bit better. And I've had the opportunity, very fortunate, to work with administrators, Chris Lopez-Lara, with Cindy Moss, with Monique Molina, Melissa Dogood, with Sean Dogood, Tony Vining, with Russ Dunham, with his wife, Diane Dunham, Michael Gahan, with other teachers like, Michael Gahan, and Mark Schmidt that set the standard. They're outstanding, and they definitely make a difference every single day they come to work. Not to leave out our current all-star team at Centennial High School. It's amazing to watch these people work, led by our principal, Scott Hollabaugh, Katie Ridper, with Kelly Smalley and with Darren Schoolcraft. They work so hard every day, and always, they make it easy for me because they always do the right thing, even when it's not easy. It can be very, very difficult, but I know where they're going to stand because they always do the right thing. I've had the opportunity to work with students, with staff, administration, and I can look you straight in the eye and tell you I've gotten far more out than I've ever put in, and it's been my privilege. Thank you. Sorry.
So just as a quick note before I go to each board member, we have Clerk Toby. He is on the phone, but he ordered these pins that have Peoria Unified School District written on it with leading with excellence and shaping tomorrow. And so we have been passing these out to people that we recognize in the school district and in the community that shape tomorrow and that are leaders with excellence. And I wanted to bestow this pin on you as you have led with excellence your entire service, and you have shaped a lot of people in their future. So I'm going to bring this down to you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments?
I do. Thank you, President Rooks. Thank you so much for your service to Peoria Unified. When you talked about telling kids to make sure that they surround themselves with good people,
Yes.
I think Peoria is lucky to have you because you provided that for us. And I know that in your role, you have impacted the lives of so many students for the better. And I appreciate that. I know our board appreciates that. And I think that in Peoria, you are a legend in Peoria and will remain that. And I appreciate the safety program that you've helped to build across our campuses. So thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Clerk Tobe, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I am way older, but I've had a great role model right there. Sergeant Aponte has guided this program for years, so thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Yes, Officer Fernandez, thank you. Doesn't even begin to describe the debt that our district owes to you and the rest of the SRO program that protects our most valuable and precious assets, our children. And you've done so for many, many years with grace and dignity, and you're a very humble person. You could get all the accolades in the world, and I can imagine the simple response of, "It was my pleasure," would be how you would probably respond, because I've seen you work on campus. My kids have interacted with you. My kids know exactly who to go to if they're ever in trouble, and that's you. You've definitely set the bar very high for anybody who's going to come after you for this role. And you, Mrs. Ewing, is right. You are a legend in the Peoria Unified School District. You've been recognized nationally and locally, and for good reason. And so your upcoming retirement, sir, is very well deserved. And what an embodiment, too, of the statement, the police are the community and the community are the police. You have integrated seamlessly with not just Centennial, but our district and the city Peoria at large. And for all those things and so much more, sir, congratulations. I think I'm getting weird looks here at the hotel I'm at, because when everybody was standing and applauding, so was I. And but you know what? You deserve it. You deserve it, sir. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And again, I can't tell you how grateful we are for the partnership we've had with Peoria Unified School District, the support that you've shown. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
I'm just going to repeat what everyone else has said, but I will say it was evident to me just watching the reactions, which is an honor to see the face in the back of you that are crying and up here are crying before you ever start speaking. And, to leave it better than you came in. And then Clerk Toby saying, you take that on humbly, that's blatantly obvious. And I think that's probably why you were so successful at, being in our schools. I didn't get the chance to work with you when I was in the district, but I don't know if you got married at like 5 or something, because you guys have been married so long, but it's always an honor. It's always an honor to see families, and for me, and, because I'm a little bit older now, and your kids are here, crying, and grandkids as well, I'm assuming. But yeah, that speaks volumes. I don't have to say anything but thank you so much for leading our most precious commodity with excellence.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it, but I will tell you, surrounded by the officers who are at some of the schools and elementary schools, Officer Hale, Officer Del Sol, Officer Kenny, just to mention, I have to run as fast as I can just to keep up with them. They're doing a great job, and I can walk away knowing the program is in great shape.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any comments?
One of the unique things that we talk about with the school district is whether or not you have kids that are school-aged, whether or not you utilize the school district, have 20 kids or no kids at all. As residents of Peoria, we all are stakeholders and co-owners of this school district that really impacts every single household and facet of our community. Today we were at the Real-Time Crime Center in Peoria, and it struck me, and I don't know if this is unique to Peoria, but the relationship that the city of Peoria has to its police department is really special. It is a really tender, special relationship, because I often see kids running up and giving hugs. There's not like fear of the police. Like, the police are such a beloved and integrated part of our community. And I think, sir, you had probably a lot to do with that, coming in at the time that you did, for all intents and purposes, piloting and growing the program that is our continuing to grow SRO program. You've provided safety, you've provided nurturing, you've provided places for kids to thrive and truly have touched the future. In my faith community, we have this phrase, and as you were talking, it just kept going through my head, and it says, magnify your calling. And that is exactly what you've done, is you have taken your natural gifts, your natural talents, you've sacrificed time from your family, and you've truly given to our community by just being who you are and doing what you do. And thank you so much for being so generous with your gifts and being willing to share it. Thank you to your wife for being willing to share your husband with us and your family. I know that only happens when you have supporting partners and children at home. It's really special to see clearly how proud your wife and your children are of you, and that to me is just the most precious legacy. So just know, if you set out to change the world, you can rest in retirement knowing that you did it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I was just going to say thank you to your family. Just watching them over here cry is really hard, because you see how much they love you and how much, how proud they are of you in those tears over there. And so thank you for yourself, your family, also your family through the Peoria Police Department, for helping mentor him, and just the partnership that you created with this district. I'm thankful as a board member, but also as a mom. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
President Rooks, can we give Dr. Summers an opportunity to express his?
Yes,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Summers, would you like to also have comments?
Officer Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
It's been a true pleasure and an honor to not only see how you show up, but to recognize and realize how many you've touched in that process. And you've set a high bar, sir. And so as we work to carry on that legacy, just know that we will carry that with you in our minds and our hearts. And I just can't put it into words. I mean, everybody else did such a great job. So thank you for putting me on the spot. I didn't necessarily have that all played out, but it's great to have your family here too, sir. And I don't know that this is really a goodbye. It's we'll see you around, and we know that you'll be close and we'll be close as well. So thank you again.
Thank you very much. And just to finish up, I will tell you that years and years ago when we moved out of state, we chose Peoria based on the reputation of the Peoria Unified School District. So thank you.
So I don't know to you and your family if you would like to take photos before we can take a second and allow that for you guys if you'd like that opportunity. Yes, absolutely. We will move out of the way. Yes. Oh, wait, guys. One more? Sorry. Family. I'm going to take one out. Thank you. I'm just going to give a few minutes for so his family can exit. Just 1 second. All right, moving on now to 6, opening public comment. 6.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have 3 public comments, so you'll have 3 minutes. And first public comment comes from Shannon Threadgill.
Transparency and excellence are 2 key words our governing board members have used this year, and I'd like to explore those terms in relation to social workers and mental health counselors in our district. First of all, let's be clear and transparent. that PUSD social workers and mental health counselors have not been breaking any laws, as some governing board members previously asserted. In fact, when writing the new policy requiring licensure, the board attorney, your attorney, advised that the statement, in accordance with ARS Title 32, Chapters 32 and 33, be removed from the policy because it is not in accordance with any state laws, but is simply something the governing board wanted to implement with no basis of law. Claiming an entire employee group was breaking the law is an egregious overstep of your position as a governing board member. Secondly, let's be clear and transparent that in the writing of the policy, the social workers and mental health counselors asked for two things to support this happening: a realistic time frame and that the licensure be paid for. The board denied both of these requests and actually didn't even put it on the agenda. As a result, the excellence in our district will be impacted, because I can tell you that our social workers and mental health counselors are some of the most excellent professionals many of you will ever encounter. To date, 1,811 parents have signed consents for support. You have claimed that you don't want to take away supports for students, but by implementing this policy, you are introducing barriers and eliminating parental choice for over 1,800 parents who do want the support. Since we want to continue with transparency, our community should know that 16 of our 33 social workers and mental health counselors will not be returning to their positions next year. With the new licensure requirements, we have received only one applicant so far who meets the requirements for the job. These 16 campuses alone have had 867 signed consents, which means over 800 students will no longer have access to an excellent social worker or mental health counselor. So who will be the one talking with the student experiencing suicide ideation, or the student whose parent went to jail last night, or the parent who needs resources because they just got evicted, or the student whose parent died this week? Do you have a policy or plan to address these questions? In the new employee orientation PowerPoint, page 9 states, we will ensure that every student and employee is known, valued, cared for, and challenged. I can say with certainty that I have not felt known, valued, or cared for as an employee, but rather targeted, harassed, and bullied. So I hope that as you rewrite policy after policy, you consider changing this statement so it reflects how you really feel. I will end with this quote from Bell Hooks. Sometimes people try to destroy you precisely because they recognize your power, not because they don't see it, but because they see it and they don't want it to exist. Social workers and mental health counselors, I see you, I value you, and I care for you. Keep being excellent in all you do.
Next public comment comes from Kashi Ayers.
My name is Kashi Ayers, and I have been a school social worker for 4 years at Cottonbow Elementary School. I first want to say I'm upset and frustrated that the board says that they are supporting students and families, yet implemented a policy that is not necessary, that essentially takes away this support. For the past 4 years, I have provided support to more than hundreds of students with parental consent. This support includes one-on-one meetings, group social skills support, grief groups, and individual grief sessions, classroom lessons, resources, and support for parents. I am furious on why the board is making it seem like students, families, and teachers do not need us as school social workers as support. Specifically, a story I have with working with one of my kinder kiddos and their 4th grade sibling, and being with their parents, split parents, and then they have others, significant others. That student came in, that kinder kid came in, hot, kicking and screaming, not even wanting to get out the car, not feeling safe, and using the words later on, wanting to feel, not feeling safe, attachment, not diagnosed at all. I was able to bridge that gap with both parents and their significant others, having them sit down and realize the different struggles that their kinder and their 4th grade student is having. I was able to do that along with my admin. And still to this day, they even left our school, and I'm still getting emails and calls on how to support them at a different school on the other side of town. Every year, we provide data, quarterly reports, and end-of-the-year reports to show the work that we do. This has been a hostile environment that has been bullied and attacked me as an individual and a professional. Requiring licensure and forcing me to test with the due date is ridiculous, even though I want my licensure, but not to practice therapy. In closing, one thing I will say, I do not feel secure in my position now or next year. As I ask my students, what's in and out of your control? Well, board, I don't have control over what the board has put in place, but I have control over my decision, and I will not be returning next year to PUSD.
Next public comment comes from Kenya Houston.
My name is Kenya Houston, and I'm a social worker for PUSD as well. To be frank, I'm speaking today to express my frustration with some board members. It's deeply troubling that our school district is refusing to cover the licensure costs for social workers, critical staff who support the mental health and well-being for our students, while continuing to fully fund CDL training and fees for our bus drivers. While we absolutely value our transportation staff, this selective support sends a clear message. Certain roles are prioritized while others, like social workers, are being systematically devalued. Even more concerning is the fact that this licensure, now being denied funding, was something the board pushed on us, requiring completion with an unrealistic 3-month timeline. That is, again, not a requirement for our positions, but something that you guys are forcing on us. Meanwhile, we have teachers that are often granted up to 3 years to obtain proper credentials and additional endorsements to be able to be in classrooms, but continue to teach our students without those credentials. So I ask, why the double standard? This isn't just about money, it's about motive. The district's refusal to support licensure, again, a requirement they demanded that is not needed, seems like an attempted push to put out social workers and reduce our presence in schools. That strategy also aligns with the quiet removal of our Southwest behavioral therapists that are housed at some of our PUSD schools, which is coming to an end in June, which you'll also hear about tonight. All this despite public comments from several of you saying, we don't want to remove support from our students. But it's a contradiction. You can't claim to value student support while undercutting the very people who provide it. We need to name this for what it is, and it's a deliberate effort to strip mental health resources from our schools and our students. Our students, the ones who need that support the most, will pay the price. If this board truly believes in student support, then it's time to prove it. At the next meeting, I request an agenda item to be included that will address licensure coverage for currently grandfathered in social workers. This is a small investment with a massive return for student stability, staff retention, and district integrity. I want to also add that the 16 positions that are being not filled by our staff that are leaving will not be filled because an LMSW at the current salary rate is not realistic for a practicing LMSW social worker. So thank you to my fellow social work colleagues for continuing to show up as we navigate this unfair treatment and bullying.
Next public comment comes from Reese Stevens.
Man, you guys are just passionate. Love it. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet members, and guests, those online too that are looking. My name is Reese Stevens. I am your foster care and McKinney-Vento liaison. I love what I do. I love that I'm able to impact students' lives every single day. I started here in 2020. 2021-22 school year, we had 178 students that were deemed homeless. 2022-23 school year, we had 190 students deemed homeless. 2023-24, we had 352 students deemed homeless. This year, 2024-25, we have currently 398 and counting. Our program has grown a lot, and I'm happy to help them. But I didn't grow this program on my own. I'd be lying to you if I said I did. I had to help my first year of interns. My second year, I had the help of field instructors. My third year, I had the help of all the wonderful social workers. I'm telling you these numbers because I hope it paints a picture. We are a team. And if every member of the team is not valued, our kids will pay the price. I need help. Not only am I the McKinney-Vento liaison, but I'm also the foster care liaison. I cannot manage 400 plus McKinney-Vento students and 253 foster care students. I need help, and it seems as though my help is being eliminated. Some of these kiddos will fall through the cracks, and I'm hoping that the board has a plan, because when you take something away, you must replace it with something else. I hope you guys know what you're doing, and there's a plan in place. But I'm telling you, I'm doing the best that I can, and I cannot manage that many people without any help. I hope that you know this. And last but not least, I have a story. It just happened yesterday and today. My office is located out of Altaloma Elementary. A school social worker brought a McKinney-Vento family to me, a family of 12. Of the 12, 10 of them are students. One in high school, the rest go to Altaloma. They became homeless. They were in our district for all this time and just became homeless, displaced. They are now in Surprise. They want to remain in their district of origin for 4 weeks until school ends. That's how I'm impacted, and I'm jumping on it, getting another district involved, and we're getting them support, and we're getting them to school. But I didn't get that by myself. A social worker brought that to my attention. We need each other, and I need help. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes 6.1 public comment. Moving on to 7 board and superintendent comments. 7.1 board comments. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any board comments?
I do. Thank you. Thank you, President Rooks. Okay, I'm trying. Thank you for all of the speeches for those people with public comment. So the last 2 weeks I've spent on campuses celebrating student scholarship awards, visiting one of our partnership organizations, and taking part in professional development education for school board members. I value that I think it's really important that our teachers and educators go to professional development, so I always try to go to that as well. So I just want to start off saying thank you to the administration of both Apache and Paseo Verde for the in-depth discussions of what is needed with regards to resources on those campuses to meet the needs of diverse student learners. Mr. Toby was with me on that, and Ms. Proudfit, right, you were with me on that. So thank you for those visits. I also appreciate the opportunity we had to witness the art of teaching and the exemplary staff on campus. Mr. Toby will probably talk about the pin that he handed out. And then I wanted to thank Roxine Winston, Teacher Winston, for allowing me to meet with your ed professional students. These are our next up and coming teachers, hopefully. And I got an opportunity to answer questions about the role of the school board member, and we got to talk about the newly signed bill by the cellular phone bill that's coming. At some point, we'll put forth a policy with regards to that. So they had a lot of conversations around restricting cell phone use in the classroom. So that was great. And thank you to the district for coordinating the tour of the Helios department. We'll hear more on that later. It was great because we got to see data that can really help us pinpoint how and where we can improve to drive academic achievement, address gaps in learning, and better prepare our students throughout their education in the K through 12 program and beyond. And I attended 2 professional developments, one coordinated by the Arizona Coalition of School Board Members. It was a topic that it was presented by the Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners on what is the difference between psychoeducation and psychotherapy. and they talked about the process of licensure for social workers. And during that, the person that was actually doing the presenting is our point of contact who's trying to work to expedite the licensing process. And her recommendation for how long that should take is actually 1 year and not this short time frame. And she actually referenced Peoria Unified School District on how we are and how we are doing it, and recommended to give a full year and not the 3 months, and said that we will be losing social workers because of that, and that was evidenced by our public comment tonight. I also attended a full-day training put on by the Arizona Department of Education, focusing on improving student achievement by focusing on the student learning outcomes. And that was, I've learned a lot about it, but it was a full day on that. We actually got to meet Tom Horn, and it just really was emphasizing that we spend majority of our time at the boardroom actually focusing on academic achievement to drive student success. So I'll be sharing those materials with all of our board members, both professional developments, but I really want to thank all of our social workers across all of our districts. Thank you so much for everything you do. Mr. Stevens, Reese, thank you for everything you do. I really appreciate it, and we do need to have a plan in place. So thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Yes, good evening. Just like Mrs. Ewing said, we did tour Apache and Paseo, so thank you to the administrations of both of those campuses. And as soon as we got on the Apache campus, the teacher, the kindergarten teacher, Ms. Zahn, was brought up, and just her level of excellence, not only with the students, but also with the student teachers that she would mentor, and hopefully they will become the next teachers in Peoria Unified. So she was given a Shaping Tomorrow pin just for her excellence in the classroom, and that was basically largely recommended by the administration. And then at Paseo, we were led with tour guides, 7th grade tour guides around the campus, and from the very beginning, they were talking about their experience with Mrs. Dow. And so we had a chance to go and observe her classroom, and they felt very strongly that she was also very deserving of a Shaping Tomorrow award, and was given one for her excellence as well, as her kindness and her disciplined nature in the classroom, just a very well balanced approach, and the students all agreed, and she was very well deserving. Mrs. Rodriguez talked about her Rod Talks, and it is happening on the 29th. If anybody is going to go, unfortunately, I won't be able to make it at 5:30, but I do hope that there are some good speeches by the students. Very impressed with the level of engagement that those students are memorizing speeches and doing these TED Talk type engagements with each other. I also want to give a shout out to Coach Beck of Ironwood and the 31 years of amazing service that you have done. That's a great landmark, and numerous victories and numerous lives that you have touched. So thank you, Coach Beck, for your dedicated service. And also I want to say a couple days ago was National Bus Driver Appreciation Day. Can't get kids to school without those bus drivers, and we appreciate you and what you do. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any board comments?
I do, thank you, President Rooks. We got to tour, somebody mentioned up here, the Real-Time Crime Center at Peoria Police Department, and it was amazing, and I am honored, but I'll give credit or honor where honor is due, and that is to Mrs. Rooksett. And I don't know why I forgot his name all of a sudden, Mr. Molino. I want to point out, because between the two and you know, years, I think years of bringing this together, but I also want to say that Mr. Molino got a pin from me for leading with excellence in putting all that together, and just little components that you know, how would I ever know this? But, you know, one of the officers said that if we had an emergency, he can go right into the camera of our SRO officer, say, what's going on? What's going on? I'm like, wow, that's really cool. That's firsthand, like within seconds. It's just amazing. And so kudos to those who went before me, because, you know, I'm on the tail end and get to see that come to fruition. But it was amazing. And again, keeping our kids safe, and the relationship that Peoria Police Department, our Mayor Beck, donating his own tactical gear to some of our officers, doesn't have to do that, and did. And then in addition, Glendale Police Department working together with Peoria. So keeping our kids safe is I would say number one on the list for me, for sure. But thank you.
Mrs. Proudfoot, do you have any board comments?
Yes, I will try not to be repetitive. First of all, I wanted to say it's Administrative Assistant Appreciation Week, so I wanted to thank Azure for being a wonderful administrative assistant. She does so much. She keeps all the schedules coordinated, and there's so much that both her and Mrs. Donner do. So I just wanted to thank you so much for being the absolute best and keeping us all on track and organized. I had the opportunity to attend district track meets this week. It's districts week, so I was able to attend 5th through 8th grade, and then also the high school was this, it was yesterday. Was that yesterday? Oh my gosh, feels like 6 days ago, but yes, it was yesterday. So congratulations to all of our athletes. It's wonderful to see the athletes, and not just, high performing athletics, which is always great, but seeing the intangibles that they learn from athletics and the sportsmanship that is demonstrated. Also wanted to thank our academic services team. We'll be talking more about some textbooks adoptions, but they're all wearing blue tonight in solidarity of their many, many long hours. I think Dr. Hernandez during the study session reported that it's like 1,500 collective hours goes into these textbook selection committees, and I'm just always in awe at how generous our community is with their time and expertise in building up the school district. We'll talk more about Helios later, but oh my word, that amazing. Can't wait to talk about that later. So I was able to attend that with Mrs. Ewing and Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Summers. And then again, the Real-Time Crime Center today in Peoria is exceptional. It is absolutely exceptional. And that is something we are so incredibly lucky to have, and is another piece in providing just the very best for our students. Is that it? Okay, I think that is it for board comments for me. Oh wait, I did want to say one thing about Apache. If you don't watch the academic report scores, Apache is killing it with their academic scores. They have had huge leaps and bounds, and I just want to say congratulations to the entire Apache family for the work that they're doing and just for the achievement that they've had this year. It's been incredible.
All right. Yes, I was also at the 5th through 8th grade track meet. My son got to do it for the first time, so that was pretty awesome to see. Just to see everybody on the field, all the students, the PE teachers, the staff, the principals were all there supporting the students. That was just a great experience to see. Yes, so we toured the Real-Time Crime Center today. I wanted to say thank you to them for showing us how everything works and answering our questions and diving deep into it. And then also I wanted to say thank you to the Maricopa County Superintendent, Shelley Boggs. She also was able to tour the Real-Time Crime Center with us as well. So I wanted to say thank you for her coming out and seeing what we're doing in Peoria Unified and partnering with City of Peoria and the City of Glendale with the Real-Time Crime Centers. I did want to thank also Azure for administrative assistant, everything that you do for us and rescheduling stuff if we've got other things going on. I appreciate it, especially as mom of 4 kids. I know I reschedule a lot, so thank you for everything that you do. Also, I did want to talk about the pins that we've been handing out and recognizing those individuals in our district and in our community. I was able to go to the facilities department on Tuesday. They had their meeting, and walking in, the individual did not know that I was bringing a pin forward. Mr. Matt Carlson is with the facilities department under Mr. Molino's direction, and he's done a phenomenal job. I've heard such praises about how hard of a worker he is, and dedicated and willing to go the extra mile. And so was able to give that recognition to him. And then also they allowed me to sit in through the meeting, and it was great what they had on the whiteboard of talking through the different points of, you know, becoming a team and learning the ropes, and then just that trust that they all built with each other. Like, I just love seeing all of the brainstormed ideas and seeing that dynamic. So great job, Mr. Molino, to you and your team. I also, this evening at our study session for the new curriculum adoption, recognized Jessica Hamilton for all of her hard work under Dr. Hernandez. She's just amazing and phenomenal. And Mr. Johnson as well for all of his hard work, putting everything together. And the last one I did, I think it was last week, Oakwood Elementary, visited there to bestow a pin to Cindy Courts. She will be retiring. She is the reading interventionist at Oakwood. She's amazing. And it was cool to go in and recognize her with that pin. She had no idea. She was totally surprised. But she had students in there, and they were working through, and so they were able to show me their reading skills, and it was pretty cool to see how she works with those kids. Last is, I know that it was Happy National Assistant Principal, I think last week, the 11th. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of our assistant principals. I know that the Foothills Elementary Facebook page did do a recognition of Mr. Tim Yates, who's the assistant principal at Foothills Elementary. So I just wanted to say thank you to him and to all of our assistant principals in our district. And that is it. So I will turn it over to Dr. Summers for superintendent comments, 7.2.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board, Cabinet, guests. Great to have so many people out this evening. So the end of the school year is quickly approaching, but the remarkable work of our students and staff continues to show no signs of slowing down. Just a few notes. In fall of 2023, Mr. Chris Vale, teacher at both Oasis and Apache, submitted a grant application to NASA to receive a tree seedling grown from a seed that flew for 25 and a half days aboard the Artemis 1 spacecraft beyond the moon and back. Upon its return to Earth, the seed grew in a nursery. After review by NASA and the USDA Forest Service, they approved the grant. This is an exciting opportunity for Oasis Elementary as the school becomes only the second recipient from Arizona to receive an Artemis moon tree. With the help of Mr. Vale and some Oasis Elementary students, the tree was planted at the school last Tuesday. The tree will serve as an educational resource to support key concepts in teaching science and social studies. Next, I would like to congratulate Cactus High School senior Logan Pelkey, who recently obtained his Eagle Scout rank, which is the highest rank achieved by a Boy Scout. To be awarded this rank, Logan had to earn 21 merit badges and plan and carry out a service project to benefit the community, among other tasks. Since so few earn this reward, I once again want to say congratulations to Logan on this accomplishment, as I recognize the depth of work that went into achieving this rank. Career and Technical Education students, CTE, in Peoria Unified have the option to join Career and Technical Student Organizations, or CTSOs, to enhance their leadership and employability skills. 2 students in our district have been elected to serve as state officers during the 25-26 school year. First, Fatima Ijaz, a junior at Ironwood High School, was elected as a state officer for FBLA Arizona. And second, Frankie Capello, a senior at Liberty High School, will serve as the collegiate state president for Utah FBLA. So congratulations. Less than 1% of CTSO members are elected to these positions as state officers. They will participate in leadership and public speaking network, speaking training network, and attend national events. So well done to Fatima and to Frankie. As we approach Teacher Appreciation Week, we are continuing the trend of sharing some positive feedback that our team has received from parents about our teachers. Last week, we received a message on Facebook sharing the great work of Mrs. Sarah Wilson, the band teacher at Heritage Elementary School. This parent shared, "Mrs. Wilson's dedication inspires our children to explore the world of music and empowers them to collaborate harmoniously with their peers." She went on to thank Mrs. Wilson for her unwavering commitment to nurturing our children's musical talents and for making a lasting impact on their lives. Thank you to this parent for sharing the positive words about Mrs. Wilson, and thank you to Mrs. Wilson and all of our Peoria Unified educators and staff for their commitment to our students. And with Teacher Appreciation Week quickly approaching, I encourage all Peoria Unified families to continue sharing the positive impact their teachers have had on their journeys through our schools. That concludes my comment. Thank you, President Brooks.
All right, great. Moving on now to 8, opening action items. 8.1, consideration of administrative appointment, Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services, presented by Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board. I'm pleased to bring forward, actually, there's 2 items that are going to be here this evening, 8.1 and 8.2, for 2 exceptional leaders to serve as Deputy Superintendents for the Peoria Unified School District effective July 1st of 2025. I'd like to start by saying these appointments represent a critical step in our continued organizational alignment and directly reflect the district's commitment to strong, mission-driven leadership and service of every student. Following a thorough multi-phase selection process that included multiple stakeholders, I'm confident that both leaders bring vision, expertise, and integrity necessary to move our system forward and lead with excellence. I've shared the resumes and cover letters with the board previously this week, so our first consideration for administrative appointment, Deputy Superintendent of Educational Service. Dr. Hernandez, would you mind coming forward? So I'm very honored to recommend Dr. Teresa Hernandez for appointment as Deputy Superintendent for Educational Services. With more than 2 decades of educational leadership experience, Dr. Hernandez has played a pivotal role in advancing academic transformation in Peoria Unified over the past 3 years. Leadership that directly contributed to the district being awarded an A rating by the Arizona Department of Education in 2024 for the first time in over a decade. Dr. Hernandez holds a doctorate in educational leadership, a master's degree in curriculum and instruction, and another in English. And if she ever asks you about how many commas you include in a list, you better get that answer right. Since 2022, she has served as Peoria Unified's Chief Academic Support Officer, leading the strategic reorganization of academic services to better reflect the evolving needs of students and our community. This included the creation of the Exceptional Student Services and Learning and Teaching departments, which directly supported the district's early and successful exit from state corrective monitoring of the English Learner Program. She led the development and launch of our first ever data dashboard, enabling real-time analytics to support instructional decision-making, and supported the Lifelong Learner Academy, which is a partnership-driven initiative with families and community leaders that have fostered trust and reinforced academic transparency. Her leadership has driven the adoption of comprehensive K-12 curriculum and advanced coursework, as evidenced earlier here this evening. If you have a chance and did not see that presentation, all I can say is job well done. Contributing to increased AP passage rates, improved math proficiency, and early literacy gains. She's established the annual learning launch for administrators, advancing school improvement planning, and cultivated leadership from within with several internal promotions and key strategic hires. Dr. Hernandez brings clarity, compassion, and results. Her leadership is not only strategic and data informed, it is deeply human-centered. It's grounded in service to students and rooted in a shared commitment to excellence and opportunity for every learner. I am confident she is the right leader to continue elevating instructional leadership, academic achievement, and educational excellence across Peoria Unified into the future. President Rooks, Governing Board, I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We do not have any public comment tied to this line item. But Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I have comments, positive ones. Am I allowed to make them at this point, or we?
How about we wait? Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Clerk Toby, rest of the board, are you guys ready to? Okay. So I will make a motion to approve the administrative appointment Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services as presented to Dr. Teresa Hernandez.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. If you could please run us through a voice vote.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Okay, sorry. Okay, Ms. Ewing, do you have any
I
you have comments
I
now?
do. Thank you, President Rooks. All right. So I remember it was a sad day, but it was the day that Dr. Reynolds was leaving, and there was lots of staff here giving him his goodbyes and lots of tears. But he talked about you, and he talked about how when he hired you, he did not tell you about the number of textbook adoptions and curriculum adoptions that you were going to have to do.
Yes.
And he told you that after he hired you. His statement about you was that you never wavered and never stepped away, and that you leaned into it, and you did it in such a phenomenal way. So I just wanted to share that story, and I appreciate that. And I am so excited for you in this position. You bring such high rigor to our academic services, and you demand and you hold people accountable, but you don't demand anything they can't do. Even if they don't think that they can do it, you definitely let them know that, yes, you can, and this is what we are demanding. But you're doing it because that is what is best for our students, and we know that our staff are excellent staff. So the other thing that I just wanted to say thank you for, because I've had numerous conversations with, why does the board, at least when I first came on, why does the board not see data as far as what's happening with regards to our academics? Why is that not coming to us on a regular basis? And you put that into place, and I really, really appreciate that. And that makes such a huge difference, and it's great for our community to see that there's transparency in what we do, and I really appreciate that has been put into place. So I look forward to supporting you in everything that you do and your team, and I'm just super excited about this, and congratulations. And I'll let the rest of the board members have things to say. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Dr. Hernandez, congratulations. This is a well-deserved placement for you. And I would just say, I remember before I was even a candidate for school board, as a parent advocate, a parent had an issue regarding certain academic content. And right away, you were super quick to agree to meet. And you taught me about the state standards, how you're realigning the district to the state standards and going away from more of a resource-based curriculum. You answered all of my questions, and I was just super impressed. I even actually walked away from that meeting and called Heather and told her, I said, I like this Dr. Hernandez. I think she's actually superintendent material. And lo behold, you are now deputy superintendent. Also, congratulations. Good decision-making, Dr. Summers, I would say, on up-training the future of our district as well. That's something that sometimes we are lacking, and I think having these deputy superintendent roles will set us up for success in the future. So, again, congratulations.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
I think, called Mrs. Rooks before I was up here, and we've had those conversations sometimes. They don't get to the person, but then I have had the honor of working directly with you, and some things hopefully more in the future. But I mean, everything you've brought is excellent. If there's one thing I know about most teachers and A-type personality like myself, they want excellence. They just want their room for that, right? And you've given them that, and I can see that in faces while you're up there, and I can hear that in the community. So well-deserved is an understatement. Your leadership is teaching us avenues to lead, and not just in curriculum. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, any comments?
Yes, so excited. I was trying to think of a way to describe you. You're like the perfect balance of intimidating and inspirational. and I mean that with all the love in my heart. And I love what Mrs. Ewing said, because it perfectly encapsulated. You set the bar at the level that people can achieve and not what they think they can achieve. And we are going to have some educational stretch marks from that stretching, and we could not be happier about it. You are just a proven leader, a breath of fresh air. It's been such a joy to be able to learn from you and work with you for the past few years, and cannot wait to continue to see what you have in store for us in the future. So congratulations.
I don't want to cry because I really like you, and I've said that a lot in the boardroom. There are, in the past 5 years of what I have seen and what I have experienced, as a parent, my trust was broken, and I was very disappointed. And there was 2 people that in this district gained my trust back. One of them was Mrs. Bennett, my kid's principal, and the other one was you. And I want to say thank you, not only as a board member, but as a mother. You took the time when I even had concerns, and working with you, trying to take my board hat off and then put the mom hat on. You were stern, but like what you just said, you were passionate. And I thank you for gaining back my trust and being honest, being open, and doing what's right for the kids in this district and their families, and just working with, I see the passion as you as a teacher, and so I think that that's important to have as well, because you are ultimately wanting to help those teachers in the classroom. I see the excitement that you have, even making us do assignments up here as we're in a classroom, and so I'm really excited for this position for you, and I can't wait to see how you take off, and thank you again, Dr. Hernandez.
President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests, thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve in Peoria Unified. Peoria Unified isn't just the place I work, but it's also the place that has given so much to my very own children. The spark from a business teacher at Kellis that led to an incredible internship for a son who is majoring in business analytics at NAU. And when his advisor asked him, "What is it that you want to do?" he said, "Well, the bar is kind of high because both of my parents have doctorates." Sorry, son. And our daughter, who will cross the State Farm stage in a matter of weeks on her way to ASU's Polytechnic campus as a pre-veterinary major that became possible with the support and the encouragement of her medical teachers at Kellis and the Met Professional Academy. And when she asked me about giving a graduation announcement to Principal Vining, there may be a note that's included that says, "Sorry about my mom." I'm thankful for my husband, the other Dr. Hernandez in the household, this evening, and for my children. They're here to support me, not just tonight, but every day, all the time, the late nights, the early mornings, all the things. Thank you. I thank you for continuing to trust me, to continue to serve our families, our community, our staff, and every student every day. Thank you.
I will say, I didn't know your family was back there. They're hiding in the back row there. But thank you for letting her serve in this position and all the hours that it might take away from your family time. I'm very thankful as board president and as a mother of the district too. So thank you, all 3 of you in the back row hiding. Moving on now to 8.2, consideration of administrative appointment, Deputy Superintendent of Business Support Services. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks. Governing Board, Administration is bringing forward a recommendation for the position of Deputy Superintendent of Business Support Services. Administration conducted extensive interviews with candidates that had fully submitted applications, and the interview committee consisted of stakeholders from a variety of schools, departments, site administrators, and community members. I believe we have Mrs. Marcy Rodriguez with us here this evening, so I'd like to invite Mrs. Rodriguez up. So I'm very pleased to introduce to our board and community, as well as recommend Mrs. Marcy Rodriguez for appointment as Deputy Superintendent for Business Services. A veteran executive with over 25 years of leadership experience in Arizona public school districts, Mrs. Rodriguez brings top-tier expertise in school finance, business operations, and strategic planning. She is a trusted advisor known for her transparency, steady leadership, and ability to align resources in direct support of student learning and system-wide excellence. Mrs. Rodriguez holds a Master of Business Administration and a Bachelor of Science in Business and Information Systems. She is currently the Assistant Superintendent of Business and Operations at West MEC. My apologies to West MEC, or maybe not, but she has led multi-million-dollar budgets with precision and vision, and her strategic leadership ensured every dollar was deployed with purpose, advancing instructional priorities and supporting student-driven resource development. Throughout her career, she has maintained full compliance with the Uniform System of Financial Records, USFR, governing board policies, Arizona revised statutes, federal regulations, and executive orders, reinforcing transparency and strengthening trust within the communities she has been privileged to serve. Her operational foresight has driven modernization improvements across transportation, boundary planning, and other business services, while launching responsive, community-centered programs that reflect a deep understanding of district needs. Her calm, collaborative, and student-centered approach will be instrumental in the stewardship of resources in the complex operational landscape of a district as dynamic as Peoria Unified. Mrs. Rodriguez leads with focus, integrity, and purpose, and her work is grounded in a steadfast commitment to excellence, stewardship, and student success. I'm very confident she will continue to elevate Peoria Unified's financial strength, operational performance, and long-range strategic direction in the years ahead. And with that, I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
We have no public comment tied to this line item. Do board members have any questions, comments? No? All right. So I will motion to approve the administrative appointment for position of Deputy Superintendent of Business Support Services as presented.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could run us through in a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Motion passes 5 yeas. Congratulations. Ms. Ewing, do you have any comments?
I do. Thank you, President Rooks. I just want to say welcome to the team. And I'm so excited to have you with us. It is also very sad to see Mrs. Myers leave us. She's phenomenal. You have big shoes to fill. I love that you have roots in Peoria and that you came back to us. So thank you for coming back to Peoria. I'm extremely grateful. It's really important, I think, for our community to know that you have the roots and the love of Peoria. So I'm looking forward to getting to know you, and I'm looking forward to finding out how we can best support you. But congratulations. Thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any comments?
Yeah, congratulations and welcome to Peoria. I had a board member from West MEC reach out and was wanting to know exactly how we got you over in Peoria Unified, and I think we were going to start an unofficial bidding war, but it is definitely apparent that you are well loved in West MEC, and I'm sure that we will be very, very well impressed with the work that you bring to Peoria and the experience that you bring to the table. Obviously, we're anxious to have you as part of our team and a part of our family, so thank you so much for choosing Peoria.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
I did speak to somebody in West MEC as well, and they're going to miss you, but we're glad to have you. Their loss, our gain, right? But I also spoke with, and it was kind of almost by accident because your name sounded familiar and I had to put a face. Anyway, a retired administrator, and she's like, wow, yeah, she's excellent and this and that. I'm like, okay, cool, because now I think I know who you're talking about. But congratulations. We're excited to have you. We are, you have big shoes to fill. But I'm confident that you will do just great, and your reputation precedes you. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I was nervous for the person who'd be brought forward to replace Miss Myers. She is, I know we've all said it, but truly I was like a little afraid for that person because, man, very big shoes to fill. And again, when Dr. Summers said, oh, she's coming from West Meck, I'm like, well, that's amazing because you're coming from such a wonderful place, but sorry, West Meck, sorry. We're grateful to have you in the Peoria family. Welcome home. Welcome back to Peoria, where I'm excited to work with you, to get to know you more, and to see what you bring to this position.
Yeah, I'm going to echo what they all kind of set up here. I think we're just really excited to see what you do, and it's awesome to hear that you were here in Peoria previously, and knowing that you know a little bit of the history of the Peoria district, and definitely big shoes to fill for Ms. Myers. What I do know is when I talk to Summers, I'm a question person, so I ask a lot of questions. So just a heads up. He had said I said, does she, coming from West Meck, does she think outside the box? Like, is she one of those kind of people? And he was like, absolutely. And so I was very excited to see that he was enthusiastic about all the ideas that you might have that you worked on in West Meck and bringing that here. And yeah, sorry again, West Meck. It's nothing personal. We just really, I guess, really wanted her. So congratulations to you and to your family as well. And thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, and team. I am so excited about being part of Peoria's team. Amazing work being done in this district, and I'm honored to be offered this position and selected and approved by the board to come and do some of the amazing things. Yes, I love it at West Meck, but what I learned about Peoria when I was at West Meck is we have one of the best CTE programs in-house in the state. And so I get to continue that passion of mine, to be part of that transformation, which is what really CTE does for our students. It makes their learning real. And so I love that I get to still continue that. But then also we have preschoolers here. Don't get that at West Meck. And I look at the preschool programs that we have, so the whole spectrum of what this organization does, and I can't tell you how many people have approached me and said, you're going to Peoria? Oh my gosh, that's one of the best school districts in the state. And I said, I know. And so thank you again for entrusting me with this very big role. And I know I've got some big shoes to fill with Ms. Myers leaving, but I hope that we can make it a smooth transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Moving on now to 9 discussion items. 9.1, data sharing agreement between the Arizona Board of Regents for and on behalf of the ASU Helos Decision Center for Educational Excellence and the Peoria Unified School District. And I believe this is Dr. Summers and Dr. Hernandez and Mr. Nuttall.
Thank you, President Rooks, Governing Board. I've prepared a few comments in relationship to this item, which has been brought forward for discussion at the request of a governing board member. So I'm just going to start with a little bit of background referencing the agreement that was part of the, in what you see attached there, both the data sharing agreement and the personalized admissions attachments. So those agreements were initially presented on November 14th of 2024, but were tabled pending additional language around parental opt-in. That language was added, and the revised agreement was approved in December of 2024. One important note as we are still in the pre-implementation stages of this item is that no data sharing has occurred to date. Beginning with the 25-26 school year, the way our process is currently set up is that parents of 11th and 12th grade students would see the opt-in prompt as part of the annual online registration process through ParentView, which would be opening in late April. So that process is consistent with other directory information consents, such as the yearbook use or military recruiter outreach. And only students whose parents opt in would have their data securely transferred to Helios Center via district IT, and that would be scheduled for June of 2025. The other thing I will point out, and has already been alluded to by board members Proudfit and Ewing, is that this is a partnership that to support Peoria Unified in evaluating our educational effectiveness, as well as studying longitudinal achievement patterns. So what I think is important to note is that the data sharing agreement is the part one of that agreement, but the personalized admissions agreement is where we're independently validating, or Helios would be independently validating university admission readiness, notifying qualifying students of admission offers from participating universities, and that whatever annual reports or visualizations and services that are factored into the decision theater and online platforms are using de-identified data. So none of that data is identifying personal identifiable information. My understanding, and Mr. Toby, I'm just going to perhaps share this one discussion point and then hand it back off to you, President Rooks, is that I believe the concern that is currently raised relates to a potential misalignment between Peoria Unified's adopted DEI resolution and language on ASU's website or Helios Decision Center referencing efforts to address achievement gaps specifically for Black and or Hispanic students. Again, just clarifying, Helios Center's focus on disaggregated data and longitudinal trends is common practice in educational research, does align with local, state, and federal efforts to better understand and support underserved student groups. Again, just reiterating, no student-level data will be shared without explicit parent consent. And the agreement is rooted in supporting access to higher education and providing strategic insights, not enforcing any particular ideological framework. Tonight's item is discussion only, so no action is required, and staff can bring back an update or revision if requested or as requested by the board. President Rooks, I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you. I guess we'll go to Clerk Toby. I believe you wanted this on the agenda, if I'm correct? No, I have no public comment to this one.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to make sure that we all brought it out in the open and we talked about this to see, what was the risks of our partnership with Helios when it comes to that focus. For the next 5 years, Helios is focused on Latino students in Arizona and Black students in Florida. And as Dr. Summers alluded to, that misalignment with what our resolution was at the beginning of the year, as well as the changed resolution and federal regulation that come down from the Department of Education. Just wanted to see what everyone's thoughts were on that. Obviously, I wasn't one of the ones that was able to go. I was unfortunately at trial, but I'm open to discussion. I'd like to hear other people's responses. And the other second thing, Dr. Summers, is I think as part of the agreement, Helios wasn't able to use Peoria Unified's name or logo. And I do see that our name is on their website as a participating partner. So I'm not sure what everyone's thoughts are about that. So I'll hand it back to you, President Rooks.
Thank you. Ms. Proudfit, I'll start with you at this side over here. Do you have any questions or comments about this?
Yes. So I remember hearing a lot about the Helios Center and the benefits of it. Dr. Hernandez had to step out, but she, conversations with her addressing specifically what it is for. I will say every thought that I had going into it was blown out of the water times infinity being in the Helios Center. It is incredibly impressive. And again, we have the parental opt-in, which I think doing it at the registration for the next year is a great thing. There's no identifiers with students, and in fact, if it's a subgroup less than 11, the Helios threshold is that they don't share even numbers beyond that. Our threshold, PUSD, is higher. Dr. Hernandez's, her threshold is 20. So there are no identifiers for students, but the way that this is tracking, not just, data within our system, but the way that it tracks those students to say, okay, this student took this AP class. How many of those AP students actually took the exam? How many of those kids passed the exam? And then how did they actually fare in college? The way that it tracks their trajectory is incredible. And it provides a way for us to understand truly what's working, and not just working according to the state standard test, but what is working in actually educating kids for college readiness in the future. I know it was one of those ones that not all of us were able to attend. And truly, I really do think, and I'll let Mrs. Ewing kind of give her thoughts, but it really is something you need to see, because I can totally understand how something like this, if you don't see it, there's so many question marks, and it probably is something that we really need to sit down as a board and make a time that we all can go down together. I know we ended up talking afterwards, and with Dr. Hernandez and Dr. Summers and Mrs. Ewing and myself after, it is what takes you from being data rich and insight poor. This is that missing link to ensure that we're very insight rich into the success trajectory for our students. I really can't say enough good things about it. So if as we continue with this conversation, like I said, it might be a good idea to go visit again with all of us. I think that honestly, the conversation would be very productive, as long as it's not an action item, being able to be in the area there.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I was signed up to go to Helios and visit their campus. There are many constituents that would not have aligned with what we are trying to establish in this district, so I declined that visit. If they are, and they are, advertising our district on their website, they've already breached what they've told us they wouldn't do. And they are, Google it. That's what we do nowadays with everything. Everything that comes up is DEI. I'm not willing to take that risk. I don't think they align with our district and the direction that we're going. And that's really all I have to say. Thanks.
Yeah, so I just pulled it up real quick, because I do remember when we brought this to the district, and I shared some concerns as well. I understand that you went and toured it in person, but what is concerning to me is what they're advertising on their website of the process of the personalized admissions project was created to answer a simple question: how do we get more qualified Arizona high schoolers, particularly those from historically marginalized communities, into higher education? And then on their website, it also states from ASU President Michael M. Crow, they talk about the state-of-the-art data visualization delivers school administrators, policy makers, community leaders, and elected officials the tools and information needed to improve student performance and increase equity in education. So it says the partnership is key to putting Arizona on a path towards a more equitable, higher achieving educational system. So, and that's just two areas that I just searched right now on a website. And so when we see our name at the bottom, Peoria District, to me what this is, I understand what I'm not saying I don't want to help our students get into post-secondary degree or whatnot, but I don't believe in only looking at one group of kids based off their skin color. Like I have a hard time seeing that on a website, because I don't look at that. I look at who they are as a person and how they apply themselves in their education and making sure that they have the opportunities. And I don't want it to become what I'm seeing right here on the website. I would rather look at them as a person than look at their skin color. I don't see that. I see people. And so this is a concern to me. When we have the resolution we passed, we have school districts are losing federal funding. So I would like to see, if we're discussing this, what the Helos Education Center would be willing to do in this dilemma that we're in. Are they willing to keep this on their website and this mindset of we're only going to look at a certain group of kids? And I have a trouble.
So I had confusion about the personalized admission thing, because same thing. I was like, well, okay, well, wait, like, what are these subgroups? So I always use my own kids as examples because they cover a good cross-section, and they also don't mind that I use them as examples. For instance, we have a lot of students in our district, for whatever reason, that might not self-identify as moving on to secondary education. It has nothing to do with skin color. It could be my son Jameson, who's like, oh, I'm just not sure if it's for me or if I can be successful. And we've talked a lot about providing more academic counseling on a site level, which if we could, we would love to bring on a ton more academic counselors. So what that personalized admission would do is it gives state universities access to information to say, hey, this is a kid who might not otherwise be self-identifying as being a prospect for ASU or some of the other schools. And it provides them essentially an invitation that says, hey, have you ever thought about secondary education? And it really is to capture that group of kids that for whatever reason, like my Jameson might have fallen in that, category, that they might not be considering secondary education. It just gives them another reach out if they haven't self-identified or been identified through the school or through their guidance counselor as having post-secondary education. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So none of that was based on skin color. It was just any kid who essentially qualified who wasn't currently on a post-secondary track.
President Rooks, can I offer my suggestion, or no, my feedback too, from being, since Ms. Proudfoot and I were there as well. Okay, so as long as that's okay?
Yeah, of course, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to let you know that the reports, and Dr. Summers and Ms. Proudfoot, let me know if I'm not remembering this correctly. The reports that they showed us that we could do, first of all, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought they told us that they could be customizable for what we would want. But I don't remember anything that they showed us that it was focused on any one subgroup. That everything that they showed us was, it was showing us, you could see from 5th grade all the way up to high school, and then beyond high school, of how those students were prepared from middle school to high school. So when we talk about, we really want to make sure that our students are prepared to not only shape tomorrow, but also going from our K through 8 to high school, and then high school into the university. So they were able to show us, and they were also, able to show us how do they do once they get into high school, and then they were able to actually break it out by subject matter as well, like how were they doing in ELA, how were they doing in math, and it was you could probably ask for the subsections just because that's how we are measured by. When we look at proficiency and growth rates, we are measured by those subgroups, but at no time did they actually even show us any of that. But they did, when they broke it out by area, they could compare us against the state and so forth. You can really see where we need to improve. So we are asking right now, all of our campuses to use data, to look at the individual data, what's happening with them, are they moving up and down and so forth, and then what interventions do we need to take in order to make a difference to bring them up to where they should be. This essentially would allow us to look at the district and all of our grade levels and so forth in a bigger picture, and we don't have, as I understand it, we don't have that capability. The other piece that I was really excited about, and we as a board have talked about this, is we need to get an enrollment stabilization plan in place. That data was showing us how many were leaving us for charter schools. That data, it was, and then it also showed the number that we go from the K through 8, so the number of kids that graduate 8th grade and go on to our high schools and how many we're losing. So it was really, really rich data to give us as a board a lot of understanding of where do we need to improve. Now, the very last thing that well, not the very last thing, but one of the last things I will say is that I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I thought that they said that you at some point would be able to log in, and you would be able to, a couple of people from the district could log in and be able to show that to our administrators here. So I know Helios is far, everyone has busy schedules and so forth, so I'm wondering if a similar presentation couldn't be done on site, although they don't have the beautiful room that they had there. But I do think that we have huge opportunities, but I definitely think that the information that is on their webpage, and I can certainly see how it's not aligned. However, I think that's only a small portion of what they do, and how we can really customize this to really help us determine where we need to be improving. And it's just a great way to offer, it's a great way to be able to really drill down on how can we be better for our students. So,
President Rooks?
Yes.
If I may. The more I am listening and understanding, I think the core or essential question in front of the board is, to what extent, if any, does the current DEI resolution adopted by the board come into conflict with the data sharing partnership with ASU Helios Center due to their stated focus on equitable outcomes, which I do think presents somewhat of a legal question. So one that would require us to leverage some of that legal interpretation. As I refer back to our resolution, it affirms our value of academic opportunity, transparency, and student success for all learners. So that in and of itself is consistent with using data to better understand how students perform over time and where targeted supports may be needed. And ASU's Helios Center in turn operates as that research and that evaluation hub. So as it currently presents, I don't know that the interpretation would necessarily make them a policy setting body. But I think, again, that's the question that the board is seeking some clarification on. With the board's support in that effort, a potential next step would be to share this question and the information that we're discussing here. And I think we could start with Ms. Siegel, potentially put that into a future executive session and provide that legal interpretation as a function of where the board may want to consider that next step.
Yes, because I would like to look at that, but then also have a response back maybe from the Helios Education Center. If they want to partner with the district and the governing board, are they going to continue with this? Because we also have to look at the federal funding coming down. And I just, from their website, raises concerns, especially having our district name on the bottom of their website and all of these, like Mr. Clerk Toby pointed out, we just need to be very cautious, I think, and have an answer from the Helos Decision Center if they're going to continue marketing the Center for Equitable Diversity, all of those things, because that is what our resolution and what other school districts are having funds taken away. And so I don't know if Clerk Toby has any final, this was his, so I'll let him go ahead and speak so that it's not all of us women up here speaking. Clerk Toby, do you have any further comments?
Yeah, thank you, President Brooks. I do want to make mention, I think getting legal advice, if we really want to closely look at this, is great, because as you mentioned on their website, they do compare, Latino third grade reading to white third grade reading. And so I only see a comparison to white students on here. And with their statement of equity, it does raise concern. And as a guardian of the district, I want to make sure that we are in solid footing. I'm all for, reaching out and having opportunities for students when they may not realize that they are, somebody who could be accepted to a local university. For those that may have not read the contract, it's like a pre-approved credit card offer, right? We have parent opt-in. That's great. And I think that those are the necessary steps to make this a useful partnership. I just want to make sure that we are careful in that. I did have a question, though, because I believe it was mentioned on 2 different occasions that the information that we share or that we will share is all anonymized. Well, if the data is anonymized, then how are they reaching out to the specific students with these pre-approved acceptance letters?
President Ricks, Mr. Toby, my understanding of that is that the university itself is only made aware of the name once the essentially the criteria that's being utilized to make them eligible, and that's all that is being shared with them. And Dr. Hernandez, does that resonate with what you remember as well? Because I know that was touched on. I just want to make sure that and we can ask this question too, but I think that was my understanding.
That is my understanding as well.
But we can certainly double check that.
Yeah, I think if we can get clarity on that one, that would be great. And then also, I do believe that there was a recording that was made for those board members who couldn't attend. I'm not sure if that's still the case to where we could listen to the same information that was presented, but that would also probably be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, President Ricks. Mr. Toby, the recording, as we have requested it now, I believe twice, has not yet been shared. I'm seeing Azure nod. And my understanding is that we anticipated that to be video recorded, but for whatever reason, the camera itself was not operational, but the recording should come to us as an audio recording. So as soon as we have that, we'll be sure to pass that along in an upcoming Friday report.
Does that work for you, Clerk Toby?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
All right. No further comments. All right, we will move on to number 10, address consent agenda. 10.1, address consent agenda and consider approval or recommend changes. Board members, we do have a public comment tied to 11.2, the human resource report. So I am just going to motion to approve the consent agenda minus 11.2.
And I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And Azar, if you could run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks, members of the board, if you'll allow me a moment to update that motion.
Yes, of course.
President Brooks, members of the board, I have the motion reading as motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 11.2 Human Resources Report.
Yes, that's correct.
And a motion made by yourself, President Brooks,
Yes.
and a second by Mrs. Bowles.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you. Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Mr. Toby.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
And President Rooks.
Yes.
Thank you. President Rooks, members of the board, allow me one more moment. Thank you.
No problem.
President Rooks, members of the board, I am ready to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Board members, if you'd like to refresh your screens. Ms. Azar, I believe it is not showing quite yet. Do you need us a few minutes? Do you want us to then refresh it? Try.
President Rooks, members of the board, if you'd like to try to refreshing again, I do show it as 13.8.
Yeah, it should be on the 12 items removed from consent.
I apologize. Let me make that adjustment.
No problem.
President Rooks, members of the board, if you will try refreshing at this time.
Thank you. Yes, it is now updated. Thank you. Moving on to 12 items removed from consent. 12.1 Human Resource Report. So as I said, we did have public comment tied to this line item. So I will start with that. You will have 3 minutes. Ms. Tiffany Benson.
Hello, Tiffany Benson. I'm the founder of Restore Parental Rights in Education. I'm actually reading a statement for a parent in the district. She says, I want to speak to this agenda item and ask a few questions. First is, why did the district waste time, energy, and money going through the hiring process when there was a good qualified interim assistant principal already in place? And this is regarding Foothills, the appointment at Foothills. The parent says, could you not have just offered him the position? Since he has already established himself there, built relationships with students and staff, and hasn't had any complaints against him, it seems this was a common sense choice. Second, nothing against the person that's trying to be appointed, but the parent did a quick search and found that this person has no admin experience. Again, why hire someone outside the district that has zero experience over a person who is already in place and has admin experience? The parent says, I, as a community member and parent, spoke to several people about the issue.
It sounds from what I was told that the true problem lies with the principal, Ms. Stillman. I was told that there were multiple complaints filed against her, nothing was done. I would think that the district would find it alarming to know that there has been a new assistant principal every year since Mrs. Stillman has been hired. Maybe you should all look into that. I'm glad that the district made another poor decision that ended up revealing the true problem. My last question, the parent says, is can you table this appointment to look into the complaints and ask the Foothills community if they want Mr. Yates to stay? Maybe take that into consideration before taking the final vote. I would think the board and district would have value in the community's input, who they are and what they want in an assistant principal, and maybe who they don't want as an admin. This last comment is just mine. This is coming from me. I did just want to say that licensing is normal in a lot of industries. It is what it is. And I do hope that the social workers will get over themselves, get over their feelings, stop whining, and do what's necessary to keep their jobs.
And that concludes the public comment to this line item. I did receive constituents' concerns, emails on this item. And I have always stood on addressing those concerns and following through on those concerns. And so when we're making a big decision that impacts children, and I can't just ignore that feeling and ignore what I promised I would uphold. So I would like to motion
Can
to.
I- oh, sorry,
Oh,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
President,
oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I was just going to say, President Rooks, it would be nice if all of us could be able to have an opportunity to comment, and it would also be great if we could actually hear what the process is, because
Right,
we're
that's what it was.
taking a vote on without having the full information. So I'm just requesting if we can allow us board members to do that before you motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I was just going to say, so I received an email, I wanted to give a little different perspective and then maybe hear from Ms. Vesley and or Dr. Summers. I hear this parent's complaint. There was another email today that I received, completely opposite opinion of what the first email was. It's always hard when we get those emails. I think it's important that we obviously listen and answer questions, knowing that sometimes by answering those questions, and I'm not talking specifically about this situation, I'm talking more in general because we've had situations like these come up, that we need to remember as a board that by asking the district to state why they may not have chosen someone, that might not always be in the best interest of all of our current employees. And there is a variety of reasons why people are not offered positions. But if we're asking them to be fully transparent, I want to be mindful, because if a parent requests something and something came up during the hiring process, does that employee want information out there? And I'm not saying in regards to this specific employee or that there's something that we're not saying. We just have to be careful with how we proceed, particularly when we have emails with varying reports or preferences about who is and is not hired. But I would love to hear from Dr. Summers or Ms. Vesley about, because I know there was community members, that were on that hiring committee. But is there anything, Dr. Summers, that you want to shine light on this situation?
President Ricks, Mrs. Proudfit, so I want to first and foremost just acknowledge that we take all parent concerns and feedback seriously. We have had follow-up conversations as recent as the last day, couple of days, relative to those concerns. I don't believe it would be appropriate to obviously discuss the detail of that concern in this type of a setting. What I would also like to be able to speak to, and Mrs. Vesely can help me with this as well, is that the process that is utilized includes a very structured, stakeholder-driven hiring process, in this case involving the site principal, different members of the staff, as well as district leaders. The candidate that is in front of you for that recommendation is recommended as a virtue of the needs that are being identified, both short and long term, at the school from an instructional leadership perspective, student support, and in Foothill's case, also acknowledging the unique nature of the fine arts programming that is also in place. So that alignment was part of the basis of that recommendation. When we do have an interim individual who is in a position, that individual is afforded an opportunity to be part of a process. And so given the process that was conducted in this particular case, that did occur. And we value that individual, as well as understanding that there are multiple points of view. So again, we are in the process of making sure that those points of view are being addressed, and wanting to make sure that we obviously keep our board informed through appropriate follow-up channels. Mrs. Vesely, anything else that you would add to what I just shared?
Thank you, President Rooks, Dr. Summers. I think you've covered it very nicely. I would also like to add that through this rigorous process, our executive directors are directly involved. We go through a screening process first. We bring in candidates to interview. We had several schools that were part of the interview process. And then through that process, we came forward with recommendations. At that point in time, we also do reference checks and a background check. And all references came back very high for this particular candidate, stellar, and background check is cleared. So I just wanted to add that as additional information as well for your consideration tonight.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do have a question. It's probably more geared toward Ms. Vesely. Is it standard procedure to ask, because I know that HR, you can't ask certain questions, but when you call for reference or from the prior school district, is it standard procedure to ask, are they rehirable? Are they eligible for rehire? Is that something you ask for everyone coming in?
That is on our form, yes. And again, we always reach out to their most recent supervisors. If they've been in multiple districts, their two most recent supervisors. And then we also ensure that they have their fingerprint card, their IVP fingerprint card. And so again, all of those were checked.
So you're telling me that you reached out to supervisors of whatever candidate, but do you ask their HR, are they eligible for rehire?
We, at times, will ask if they're eligible for rehire. We look at the supervisor as well, and the supervisor is the one that we have to get that reference check from. Many times, if you would call maybe a business, for example, they may not give a reference check, but yes, that is part of our process.
So asking the supervisor is what you're saying, that's typical. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Can you tell me about the individuals that are part of the committee, like stakeholder, or are they committee members, community members, are they teachers? How many people are on that and so forth with this?
When you look at assistant principals, it may look a little different than maybe a principal. Typically, an assistant principal, you're going to have executive directors, You'll have someone from Human Resources. You will have staff members. Usually your principal will always be involved. We usually will try to ask for certified staff, maybe classified member, and oftentimes we may also see parents on that. And so in this process, we did have, I believe, about 19 different committee members that were in there. Again, it was more of 3 different schools that were interviewing all of the candidates that went through the process. I also would like to mention that when someone applies for an assistant principal position, many times they are brand new to administration. They have their administrative certification through the Arizona Department of Education. They'll have teaching experience. They may have instructional coaching experience, and their first step getting into administration is going into an assistant principal role. So many times when we see candidates coming forward, it is going to be their first experience in administration. That's how we all start. That's how I started. Every one of our cabinet members that have gone through and have been at schools will always start in that assistant principal role. We have to start somewhere.
Thank you for outlining that process. I know that we've appointed individuals into, like with Mr. Chihoyga, we went and did a very thorough process of reviewing from staff and so forth, and he was brought forth as their chosen leadership. And it seems like in this scenario, those folks on the committee also brought forth people who actually are stakeholders, who are on that campus and choosing their leadership. And the one that's on the HR report was the one that they chose. Did at any point in time during that process, did they receive feedback from the community, or is that not typically a part of that process?
Again, with the assistant principal process, they work directly supporting the principal. So you're going to see a little bit of a different process there. But again, we bring stakeholders in to that interview process. We ask for a diverse group from within the school community, and the principal, along with the executive director, will choose. Usually you're going to see a little bit of a smaller group. When you get into a principal or a director or an executive director, you're going to see a larger group, and we widen that community perspective as well.
I know that we have, the other thing I'll say is that I know that we have what is the role called? It's teacher on assignment, and so it's often the case that we do have individuals who move around based upon school needs, and I know that the district has said that they've worked really hard to try to match that vice principal to that school and whatever their school needs are and what their skill set is. So I know it's not, even though those are 2 different roles, but it is not uncommon that we place individuals around based upon their skill set and that school needs. Am I correct on that? That may be a Dr. Summers question, I don't know.
President Rooks, members of the board, Mrs. Ewing, that is correct. We do have a few sites that have a teacher on assignment that they are learning and growing alongside the site administration. It's often permissible, and at times when we have lost an administrator, whether it's an assistant principal or a principal, that we may place an interim TOA there to help support. When we do placement, and in many cases, we might say this placement is an interim through the end of the year. We will post in February, January. We'll go through the interview process. So any of our TOAs are invited to also apply, even those that may be there on an interim basis through the end of the year only. They are invited to apply. They go through the same process, and they also then get feedback if, for whatever reasons, they may not be that top candidate that would be selected. So in every situation, our executive directors meet with our internal candidates. They provide ongoing feedback, as well as human resources meets and provides ongoing feedback for those that may not have been chosen.
Okay, so the process we followed in this is not different than what we have done, which I think that is the real purpose. That's one of the purposes of the board, is that we need to make sure that the processes are followed and that it's consistent that it's consistent across all of our hirees. And so every individual has an equal opportunity to be able to advance into that position. And it's my understanding that we follow the same process we've always followed, and that although it from a community member perspective, it may look like we overlooked them, this is just actually part of our process that we do in any type of situation like this. And so although it is really important to, like as Dr. Summers said, listen to our community members, take every concern, make sure we look into it, incorporate it, and consider it. But we also have this, we have this process, and that process, we need to continue to be fair on how we're doing our hiring as well. And I think that it's also, the other piece of it is that these couple of comments that have come into us, they're basing their opinion without all of the information, because they weren't sitting on the committee. They didn't see the feedback from all the individuals on the pros and the cons and so forth. So they're basing their opinion with only their knowledge that they have with one person, and not understanding the full comprehensive view of what are the real needs of that school, what is the feedback they were getting in comparison to the other individuals. And so I just feel like they don't have that full perspective. There's certainly opportunities to reach out and have more in-depth conversations to be able to help them better understand so they can trust in the process. But I think we have to be really careful as a board to not base our decision just on a complaint that comes through when we task the district to fully vet the individuals. And they've done that. This is the individual that is being brought forward to us. And now, based upon one complaint, or maybe two complaints, we are now saying that we're going to throw that vetting process out the window, and we don't have trust in that process. So I just think we have to be really careful about how we make decisions. Thank you.
So I have a question, Ms. Vesley. How many employees from Foothills Elementary sat on the committee for the interviewing process? Do we know?
I believe from every school there were 3.
3, okay. So it's not just complaints that came forward. It was actually praises, and for the talent that we had currently at Foothills Elementary, and with the talent of interim assistant principal of Mr. Yates, we had another email come through this morning from employees at the school that were sharing their viewpoint of what they have seen in his role as interim assistant principal, and how they had, I mean, those are the people that are on campus, that they're there, they see it. And they saw that his interaction with the students and building that relationship with the students and the staff. And if we have staff that are also emailing us of their praising this individual who put all of his hard work into this position, and we're completely bypassing who we have in this district, I question that, because I feel like that we're not valuing those individuals that we currently have in serving those roles. So it's more of not complaints, it's more of praises, I think, and it's not individuals that are not, I mean, they're there, they are living it, they have seen it, they've every day for the past few months, year, that's what they've seen. And I think that that's what I just would rather look at, is how does this affect that school and the students ultimately? Because if they've already built a relationship with somebody that served in that role and we're completely overlooking that person and not valuing that, I question that.
President Rooks, members of the board, I need to have all of us be mindful that we are talking about a candidate, but we're also bringing up another name. And so I would politely have to call point of order, because that is not the purpose of this agenda item. That should be talked about separately and not, it's a personnel matter. And so I would just remind us and be mindful of the purpose and the names that we have right now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Presley. So then I will go back to, I'd like to motion to approve the human resource report except for the assistant principal position at Foothills Elementary.
And I will second.
So we have a motion on the floor made by myself, Ezra, and a second made by Mrs. Bowles.
President Rooks, members of the board, please allow me a moment. I am getting an error message.
Thank you.
Before we vote, can I just ask for clarity? Because now so are we, understand voting yes is saying yes to all the other things on the human resources report. Do we need a second motion is what I'm saying to table that, or is it an automatic no? Do you get what I'm saying? Like to separate it out, it'll be a separate motion then for that individual?
Well, right now it is a motion was made on the floor, seconded by Ms. Bowles, to approve the human resource report except for the assistant principal position at Foothills Elementary. That was the motion on the floor.
But then does that mean that it's a no vote for that one? Or do you get what I'm saying? Because it kind of just leaves that one then out in the ethos. So does there have to be
That's what it's
a separate motion? Do you get what I'm saying, what I'm asking?
So can, maybe Dr. Summers, you can offer some clarity on, because if for some reason that vote did not pass, I think that's what you're asking, is then what would happen next? Is that?
Well, a yes vote for human resources report is not automatically a no vote then for that Foothills appointment. Do you get what I'm asking?
President Rooks, members of the board, the motion on the floor is to approve the HR report without the appointment of the AP at Foothills. So it would essentially be removing that name and not accepting that appointment as it is currently presented. And that's it. There really isn't a next step. That's the motion on the floor. So what that means for administration is that our appointment is not being handled tonight.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is, I know I'm frustrating all of you. But a no vote, if it was a no vote, we would be voting no for every person on that human resources report.
No, it would just be for the one position. The one administrative, what he just said, it was the one administrative position. That would not be.
The rest of the HR report would stand as presented. So the question on the floor is approving the HR report with the exception of the AP administrative appointment at Foothills. Pardon me.
I also want to just ask a question, if I may,
Does it make sense?
because it does present a little bit of confusion. Just so we're clear, would it be more beneficial if we were to withdraw that? I mean, it's already been seconded. I'm not sure procedurally how that would work, but if we were just to table the one while accepting the others, would that be more clear? Would that make more sense? I mean, the effective date on the thing is not until July 1st anyway, so I feel like we have some time, but I'm not sure procedurally, Dr. Summers, how that needs to happen.
Well, since the Roberts was of order, there already is a motion on the floor
Right.
in a second. We would have to take a vote for that motion of approving the HR report, except for that administrative appointment of assistant principal at Foothills.
Right.
Is that correct, Dr. Summers? Because we still have a motion on the floor.
You could introduce a secondary motion that could supersede that motion. So if a secondary motion were made to table the item, that would be the vote that would render the initial motion moot at that point. So that is an option for you. I know that's not something we typically do, but that is an option for the board to consider. A secondary motion can supersede the previous motion.
Clerk Toby, does that answer your question? I don't believe we've ever done it that way. I thought a motion is on the floor. So, Roberts.
So this would be a great opportunity for some training. And if that is the motion and that is the second, that is the vote that is ready to be taken. So.
And I would say we just move forward. We don't know to
And
go
if,
backwards.
and whatever determines off of that vote, then normally another person on the board makes another motion.
Except the vote would essentially stand as is. There's really no going back on that vote. So if you're asking what happens after that individual is removed, there isn't we don't have another recommendation for you at this point in time.
Because that's why I'm uncomfortable with this, is that I'm feeling like it's two votes and one to, one is everyone else on the human resources report. If we're trying to isolate and not hold back the rest of the human resources report while addressing, the concerns, then.
The rest of the HR report is being presented as is. Nothing happens to the rest of the report.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I guess, just for clarity and simplification, making a secondary or an amended secondary motion to accept the HR report as presented while tabling the Foothills Assistant Principal nomination.
So that's an introduced amendment to the motion.
Mr. Toby, can you place a timeline on when you would be tabling that until?
Is the timeline required? I'm not sure would be appropriate as far as requesting that come back.
And it's not appropriate.
So if there's he's made a secondary, we just need
I'll second it, just to make it more clear.
So if I could restate, the amendment to the original motion is to consider the HR report as presented and tabling the AP appointment recommendation to a future meeting. So that is now the current motion on the floor.
And it was made by Clerk Toby and seconded by Mrs. Ewing.
So that would be the language as your.
President Rooks, members of the board, allow me a moment to update the most recent motion. President Rooks, members of the board, I have the motion reading as motion to approve the Human Resources Report with the tabling of the appointment of the AP at Foothills Elementary with a motion by Mr. Toby and a second by Mrs. Ewing.
That is correct. Thank you.
And we did capture the other.
Pardon me, President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, the now new motion that has been amendment is the motion that's on the floor. The other one has been superseded by that amendment.
Will that be notified or noted in our meeting minutes? I think,
Yes,
for her?
it will be.
Thank you.
Ezra, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
Mr. Toby,
Yes.
Ms. Bowles,
No.
Mrs. Proudfit,
Yes.
President Rooks,
No.
President Rooks, members of the board, I am still receiving an error message. Please allow me a moment to refresh, to sign out and sign back into the system. I apologize.
Yeah, no problem.
President Rooks, if I may, it may be best at this point with the error message we're receiving to just make sure that we have all that notated, which obviously we also have it recorded. For whatever reason, Board Docs is not cooperating that great, but we will continue to keep notes on all of these items, and if you're open to it, we can proceed to 13.1.
Okay. I was actually going to see if we could take just 5 minutes, if anybody needs to use the restroom before the big crick, because that's a lot. And then, yeah, so is that
That's fair
okay?
as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you for letting us take a 5-minute break, and our systems are back up on board docs. So we will be moving on now to 13, closing action items, 13.1, K through 8 history and social science curriculum textbook adoption. Dr. Hernandez.
Good evening, Mrs. Rooks, Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet and guests. Mary, I'm talking. What is happening?
I don't know, you got to get him in line over there.
I think they're giving out slippers and robes over there.
I have no additional information to add at this time, and I'm available for any questions if there are any.
Okay, well, we actually have 2 public comments tied to this line item, so I will start with those before we get into board questions or comments. You have 3 minutes. First one is Michael Johnson.
Sorry, they were high-fiving in the back. That made us laugh.
A lot of excitement. President Rooks, members of the board, I would just like to begin by thanking you for your support in a lot of the endeavors that we've taken on in social studies. The Veterans Day Parade at Sunset Heights, obviously the Patriotic Speech Contest, and now we need your support for the 34,000 students of Peoria Unified in our most important endeavor. I also wanted to thank you for recognizing that we used to be a lot bigger. Excuse me. The committee members, and I want to ensure you that they took their role very seriously. It was a great group of people. I met some wonderful people. We had great conversations when we discussed it, and I assure you that they put the students of Peoria Unified first and foremost in making this decision. I know there was discussion how, and it is true, that the continuity of Savis played a large role, but throughout the gateway process, Savis was scoring the highest, and with the community feedback that we did look at, same thing there. So we are definitely recommending the best product, cutting edge, especially with the 3rd grade resource that just came out that probably most students in our state don't have, and our teachers, I almost got like teary thinking about what they're gonna feel like to get a book that actually teaches to their standards. One of the things that was brought up is how do we ensure that they're going to utilize the resource? Well, that's where we all come in. You've made it very clear that you trust Dr. Hernandez, and I hope you trust that I and my counterpart over there, Michelle, and our entire team will be there doing our best to ensure that this resource is being implemented properly. I see I'm running out of time. The question I got first when I started getting this job most of all was, when are we getting a resource? When are we getting a resource? So I don't think a lot of teachers are going to be too disappointed to give up their CD-ROMs and transparencies and give our Savis a shot. So with that all being said, I'm very excited. The slide, what happens next? I assure you and I promise you that we will continue to work tirelessly to have a successful implementation. The work is just continuing. For those that know me, I'm very passionate about what I do, and I'm going to continue to instill that in the teachers and students of Peoria Unified. And I'm going to end now with actually 17 seconds. And thank you again for giving us this opportunity. It's a very exciting time for Peoria Unified students, parents, and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Rooks, Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and anybody else who's still here. It's been a long time coming, but it's a wonderful opportunity to stand before you and say that we hope you will approve the recommendation that's been brought to you tonight on Savis. It was an awesome experience for me. I get excited every time I think about it. I wish I was a student back in school now, because I would learn a whole lot more than I think I did when I was younger. But at any rate, the process itself, I can't say a whole lot more, because Dr. Hernandez has already given you everything. She is so thorough. I would like to thank her for the opportunity of serving on the committee. I would also like to thank Sherry Piazza for her exceptional leadership throughout that whole process, and her wonderful team and how they guided us all the way through the process. I could not have done it, especially with Mary, my guardian angel over there. But they were all wonderful. The level of professionalism was way up here. So it was an honor to be among such wonderful educators and to be a part of a very difficult process in some ways, very intense, and a very deep process. So know that we are bringing to you the best of what we had, that what we were presented with, no textbook's going to be perfect, but we think we have brought you the very best that's there. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last of our public comment. So I'll go through questions, comments for board members. Ms. Ewing, do you have any more further questions or comments? I know we had the study session earlier, but anything further?
I don't have any questions, but I do just really appreciate the materials that are just so much more engagement. It is so important that, especially as our kids get, when they start in that kindergarten time frame, as they age and get through middle school and high school, that we keep that love of learning active. And I feel like it becomes harder the older they get. And so that's where we really want to lean into making sure that the materials are engaging and they are relevant to our students. And I am so happy to see that that is a big piece of this, and that was a requirement. So I'm really excited about it. Thank you for the team, and thank you, Dr. Hernandez, Ms. Piazzo. And also, I know you guys have a big lift after the vote is yes. And you have a big lift afterwards to make sure that it's aligned. So I just want to preemptively say thank you for all of that hard work. Thanks.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for bringing this forward again. And Ms. Bolster said, with the understanding that there is no perfect textbook. My concern was having a mechanism or a pathway for us to revisit issues that do arise in print or digital form, that, as new facts become apparent or as information changes, that we actually have a balanced approach. And that's what I'm looking for in a lot of these texts, especially in my user account that I went into. I was looking for a balanced approach. There are certain areas I don't think is well balanced. And obviously, I look forward to communicating some of those in the future, but won't get into them now. But as long as we have that mechanism in place and that written commitment from SAVAS to come to the table to take a look at those, that's what I was looking for. I appreciate that.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you again, Ms. Hernandez, for your stand and standing firm to companies that probably can be a little intimidating. Not to you, thank God. Because reading again these letters that they sent you, because you brought the bar higher and said, no, we'll accept you if you bring it up and take your DEI out of your curriculum, and SEL and all the other racist Civil Rights Act lawsuits we would have had. So thank you for that. And I was going to read some things that are in there, but I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions or comments?
I said everything in the study session. Just thank you again. Thank you to the committee. I truly feel like it was a very transparent and comprehensive process. So thank you for making it so available and understandable for the rest of us who were not sitting in there for 1,500 hours and lending 300 years of combined educational experience. So thank you.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to read the letters just for the community to hear of what you had in the study session, because I think it's very important for them to hear that. The advanced placement world history, the BFW Publishers Company stated that they would, they have designed their AP World History textbook and digital resources to align fully with the College Board's curriculum framework and exam. In consideration of that partnership, I'm writing today to confirm that BFW BFW publishers will remove references to contributions from our team of AP community members, including one serving as a DEI sensitivity reviewer, in all student editions and teacher editions sold to and purchased by the Peoria Unified School District. It states, BFW publishers, we firmly believe that no student should be expected to adopt any political or cultural point of view in order to succeed in classroom. We understand, however, that the presence of the information on the AP contributors may signal otherwise. Therefore, the pages providing this information will be removed from the student editions, print and digital, and the teachers editions purchased by the district. The Savvis Learning Company, you also had provided that to the board so families can view it on the website. They stated in their letters that Savvis is committing to removing all references to social emotional learning in the teacher editions of our Arizona U.S. History Interactive 2026 and Arizona World History Interactive 2026 high school programs that Savvis provided to your district for review. They also stated their Arizona My World Interactive grades K through 5, My World Interactive World History Early Ages grades 6 through 8, My World Interactive World History Survey grades 6 through 8, Civics Interactive, U.S. History Interactive, World History Interactive, McGruger's American Government Interactive, and Economics Principle in Action. They stated that all of that is in alignment with the Peoria Unified School District's number 11 Governing Board's resolution, and that it is consistent with all the requirements of all federal and Arizona state laws. So that was a big sentence at 9 o'clock at night, so hopefully I passed that. I want that to hopefully instill in our parents, in our community, and our teachers that that is the commitment that Savvis and the other company, BFW, are promising to us. And so I'm very proud of what you have done, and I echo Clerk Toby. I look forward to seeing the process, depending on governing board approval, what that looks like of ensuring what we're putting in front of the children. Because I know this has been the biggest issue the past 5 years that I have heard just from talking to parents and their concerns. And so Mr. Johnson, yes, I will trust Dr. Hernandez because she trusts you guys. So that is all I was going to make note of. So with that, I need a motion on the floor. Does anybody want a motion?
I will motion. Sorry, I'm going to read the exactly as I have to say it. I motion to approve the K-8 History and Social Sciences curriculum textbook adoption to the following vendors: Savvis Learning.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Ms. Brownfit, and Ms. Bowles seconded it.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, wait a minute. You got to see it on the screen first. Hold on. Motion passes with 5 yeas. Now you can run
Now
applause.
you can high five.
You got to do the 2 clap woo.
Yeah, okay, can I get 2 claps and a woo? Woo!
Okay, moving on now to 13 point. It's hard to control that back in now. Okay, moving on to 13.2, 9th grade to 12th history and social science curriculum textbook adoption. Dr. Hernandez.
I have nothing further to add this evening, and I'm available for any questions should there be any.
Okay, well, we actually have public comment, so I'll have you sit back down again. I know, the angst is killing you. Public comment, 3 minutes. Michelle Bentivina. Sorry.
No, I figured about it.
Yep, you were it. Yep.
Good evening, President Rooks, Governing Board, Superintendent. I want to just first say thank you for this opportunity. Well, first of all, thank you for the K-8 adoption, very excited. And thank you for the opportunity to consider the adoption of new social studies standards As an employee who's had a front row seat, but a behind the scenes role, I got to see the whole process. And I was continually impressed by the multitude of lenses that the textbook selection committee members had as the resources were extensively evaluated, as you have heard. This moment is personally meaningful for me. When I left the classroom in 2018 and the new standards, it was one of those goals that I had. So as the new social studies and social science standards were adopted, I actually assisted in writing some of the economic state standards. To be able to be part of this process and bring this to our teachers is a highlight of one highlight of my career. As it's nearing the end and almost at 20, so thank you for this opportunity. And as it's been echoed, no resource is probably perfect, but this one has come very, very close. It checked many of the boxes to support our learners, our teachers, and aligns to the Peoria Unified vision, mission, and values. So a huge thank you to everybody who has served on the committee. Most of them are in bed or in slippers watching. So I would like to end the way I started. Just thank you so much for this opportunity and consideration of adopting the high school standards.
Thank you.
High school resources.
It's 9 o'clock at night. We know. Next public comment is Landa Tart. I'm sorry. Are you sure? Okay. That can be, if you want, go ahead.
I'll summarize it quick. Good evening, President Rooks, governing board members, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and community members and colleagues. My name is Landa Tartaglio. I'm speaking this evening as a proud member of our high school textbook committee that I actually volunteered to do this much work with having no idea. I also come to you humbly before you as an employee of our district for almost 27 years, serving in former positions in a variety of roles as teacher, reading interventionist, instructional coach, and my current role as administrator, as well as a proud parent to 4 Peoria Unified School District graduates and a community member for nearly 30 years. I hold the perspective of both the dedicated educator and a parent community member who is deeply committed to student-centered, rigorous, and relevant learning. Our committee was made up of experienced, high-caliber professionals. There were committee members that I had entrusted with my own children, one member that I had personally recommended for hire years ago because I believed in their ability to change lives. Several colleagues, high school teachers I observed firsthand in the field, masters in their content, and deeply committed to their students, among other members that I had the pleasure of getting to know in professional atmospheres, including community members such as Teddy. We brought the same level of dedication to this process and ensured our due diligence, bringing forward the best resources for our students and staff and for your consideration of approval this evening. I am currently enrolled in graduate studies with doctoral students from various districts throughout the state. When one of them spoke up in a discussion during our night class with their district's decision to delay their social studies adoption following executive orders, I was proud that our district stayed the course. We did not retreat from the challenge. Instead, we leaned in with courage and care, seeking high quality, rigorous, and relevant materials that will prepare our students for future success. Our committee took its charge seriously, first with individual reviews through the gateways, which included specific criterion and indicators such as the standards alignment, teacher and learner supports, and technology accessibility. We asked the textbook companies the hard questions, ensuring their compliance with executive orders in reference to DEI. We were clear, thorough, and direct. We required signed attestation forms and a commitment to remove content that wasn't aligned with our charge. Our process was both systematic and evidence-based, grounded in ethically responsible and professional integrity. It's time for our district to reclaim its place as a leader. We cannot keep our students and staff waiting for the resources they need. It's embarrassing to acknowledge that we are utilizing the same social studies textbook from before I started my career in teaching. This takes history to a whole new level. No pun intended. Our students deserve access to high-quality, relevant materials. Our teachers deserve modern tools, and our district deserves to be known not just for our legacy, but our commitment to move forward. Please carefully consider our recommendation this evening. We did this work with care, competence, and a shared belief in what's best for our learners. It's time to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hernandez, come back up. All right, does anybody have any further questions or comments for the high school? Toby, Clerk Toby, you okay? Still with us?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. So with that, I will motion to approve the 9th through 12th history and social science curriculum textbook adoption to the following vendors: Bedford, Freeman, and Worth, BFW, Savas Learning, and Teachers Curriculum Institute, TCI.
I will second.
Oh. I will let Melissa take this one since you got the last one. So, motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Ewing.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can't celebrate yet. Wait. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Dr. Hernandez. Moving on now to 13.3, Memo of Understanding with Southwest Behavioral and Health Services. Dr. Summers.
Oh, sorry. President Rooks, Governing Board, this item is in follow-up to the meeting that we had on the partnership with Southwest Behavioral and Health Services with Peoria Unified School District. So the MOU is written with a proposed timeframe from August 1 of 2024 through June 30th of 2025 per Governing Board request. And administration stands open to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So we do have one public comment tied to this line item. So you will have 3 minutes. Charmel Bolster.
Good evening again. I am coming here in support of this particular program, and I will state right off the bat that usually I am not in support of programs that take our students away from the academic setting or that seek to replace our academic setting. But in this particular case, I do feel like this is a program that's needed. As has been demonstrated with the mental health workers that the district has had, there have been problems. But I see this as a, I see this as a program that has been in the district for a while now. And to my knowledge, I have not heard of any problems that have happened. There may have been. I tried to do my research, but I didn't have enough time to quite get all the information. However, I do see this as a good thing because, number one, our students live in a much more violent world than when I was growing up. Number two, they see the shootings in our schools and on our college campuses. We're dealing with gender dysphoria. I don't even have to name these. You know what they are. And so I really feel like this is a program that is good for our district because, number one, it is based in the district. Number two, it provides services that some of our mental health workers can't provide. Number three, it continues in the summertime, which I think is a big plus for this program. Mental health doesn't go away just because school ends. And the other thing, I was impressed with the speaker at the last meeting because of the parental involvement in it. So with those things, I can recommend this program, and I hope you do take it into consideration. I did find, I still have some time. I did find an article from NAMI, which is the Mental Alliance on Mental National Alliance on Mental Illness. I had a young man in my 6th grade classroom that tried to commit suicide on the school campus. No teacher ever wants to go through that. So I know what it is when that happens. I also worked in a mental health clinic in Hemet, California for the county. I worked with young adults, and I wondered how many of those adults maybe could have overcome some of those problems had they have had the support in the school setting. So I'm not a stranger to mental health problems. From this NAMI report, it says that 1 in 6 U.S. students aged 6 to 17 experience a mental health disorder each year, and half of all mental health conditions begin by age 14. So it also goes on to state that by removing barriers such as transportation, scheduling conflicts, and stigma, school-based mental health services can help students access needed services during the school day.
I apologize. It's
Am I
time's
my
up.
time?
Yes,
Oh,
I was trying to let you
sorry.
finish your sentence at least, so I apologize.
Can I want to close with one quickie. In short, if we want every student every day prepared to shape tomorrow, we need them to be mentally healthy in order to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So that's all that we have for public comment. Clerk Toby, do you want to start with this? I believe that, was it you or Ms. Bowles that wanted to bring this forward?
I'll start. Yes, I did want to bring this forward. I have a question that hasn't been answered. How do the therapists that are on our campuses line up with our district policies, both the policy that speaks to DEI, but the licensing of social workers on our campuses? That hasn't been answered to me unless it was sent out and I missed it.
President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, my understanding, and Mr. Nuttall, you can validate this for me, that we expect licensure from the providers that are part of this contract.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Yes, the language for licensure has been added per governing board request, so that is in the agreement.
And then can you refresh my memory on the MOU? You said August of 2025?
President Ricks, Mrs. Bowles, no, this current MOU was, as per the future agenda meeting item request from last meeting, written to be August through June of this year. Okay, so currently that is the MOU that's in front of you.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mrs. Bowles, for bringing this forward. I guess we were out of contract with Southwest Behavioral, and I think this proposal that you brought forward remedies that through June of this year. So thank you.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
No, I think they did a great job presenting, and I agree with what Ms. Bolster said, particularly with what is happening with social workers. I think that this is extremely important. One thing I do really appreciate about Southwest Behavioral Health that the representative highlighted is this is not an exclusive contract, so this doesn't limit us to just being able to explore services through Southwest Behavioral, and I like that freedom is given to the district to ensure that we're able to meet the needs of our students.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I just, I feel like this is more highly needed now, especially now that I'm hearing we're going to lose 16 social workers. And we still have a high need on our campuses. So I am in full support of providing any type of resource for our students that can help them overcome any emotional dysregulation or any sort of challenges, barriers that's keeping them from highly achieving academically And I think that this can do that. And just like Ms. Proudfit said, is this doesn't preclude us from exploring other organizations or so forth to provide some other services if we would like. So, because I think that was also one of the issues. So I don't have any questions. They did add that licensure piece, and it does say in that there, because that was something I asked for to make sure that that is in the contract so that aligns with our policies as you suggested. So
I do have another comment when you're done.
okay, so that's
Thank you. Is that all you had?
yeah. That's
Okay.
all I had. Thank you.
I just wanted to just make note, I know this goes through June 30th, so looking towards the future of that, looking to see what are our options with doing a rental agreement with them. I think that that needs to be looked at. And then also looking at more of an after-school services provided after school on campus and what that would look like. I understand the need, but again, I go back to if we're going to have Southwest Behavioral Health services on campus during school hours, then let's look at bringing in pediatricians. Let's look at bringing in, other medical providers in the field onto school campuses, providing those appointments and services, because I just think that it's stepping out a little bit of what we're supposed to be doing. And so I would like to, look towards the future of a rental agreement with them, and then looking at what it would look like to have them after school for those services provided on campus with that rental agreement. And then Ms. Bowles, do you have any further comments?
I do, and it kind of segues off of what you just said. How does this align with our healthcare facilities on campus? And that, was that also covered in the contract?
So President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, this contract as presented is within the bounds of that policy that was approved last meeting. So it's above water, so to speak.
Okay, and then again, to branch off of what Ms. President Rooks said, I would like to see us looking, and I guess Ms. Profit as well, I would like to see the district look into other additional social service agencies. We have a lot of them out there. I come from that world. I ran and started 2 social service agencies, and I know there's some excellent ones out there. And for lack of a better way of saying it, I think they need competition. And I do agree that we need to have some kind of arrangement for, they're renting a space and they're renting it for free in our schools. And I think we need to, they're getting clients from our kids and our families. And so I think that there needs to be some kind of agreement there that if you're going to have a space on our campus, or you do it after school, which is what most therapists do, where they bring it into the conference room or whatever at lunchtime. So there's other options, but I would like to look into other agencies as well. Thank you.
No further questions or comments. I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve. Yeah, I'll make sure I was reading the right one. I will motion to approve and ratify the MOU with Southwest Behavioral and Health Services and Peoria Unified School District.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit.
President Rooks?
Abstain.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Abstain.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 3 yeas and 2 abstains. Next, moving on to 13.4, consideration and approval of cooperative purchasing agreement renewals for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Ms. Myers, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and Community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide information on school district procurement contract award extensions for Peoria Unified School District. The governing board approves Peoria Unified requests for proposals, RFPs, invitations for bid, also known as an IFB, as well as bid awards that are made by the district for the procurement of goods and services for use throughout the district and at our schools. These awards are made for 5 years, renewable annually with governing board approval. And you'll see on this spreadsheet that's on the screen, we have 3 RFPs that are being brought forward tonight for continuation. They were previously awarded by the governing board, and the associated vendors are listed next to each commodity and file number. And I will note that in this agenda item, we do reference the word cooperative purchasing agreement renewals. The background should actually have referenced Peoria Unified requests for proposal, invitations for bids, and bid contract award extensions. So I'm noting this correction as part of the agenda item and presentation, and accordingly, we, as an administration, are asking the governing board to modify the motion to notate this correction, and will provide alternative language that would read, motion to approve and ratify the Peoria Unified School District fiscal year 2025 request for proposal, RFP, invitation for bids, and bid contract award extension renewal periods as presented. So the cooperative reference was erroneous, and it should have referred to the RFP, IFBs, and bids. So our apologies for that. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? Ms. Ewing?
Can you repeat how that is supposed to read? Motion to approve?
Thank you. Yes, I will, and I'll have Terry please pull up the actual agenda item, if you would, so we can compare and contrast what we're making as far as a change. Just going to open up 13.4, please. Thank you. And you'll see we have the reference to cooperative, where that is incorrect, and the motion also references cooperative. So the motion would be changed to read, motion to approve and ratify the Peoria Unified School District fiscal year 2025 request for proposal, RFP, invitation for bids, IFB, and bid contract award extension renewal periods as presented, as was presented in the attachment that was previously opened.
Does that help you? Okay. Okay, we can come back to that if you want. Okay. Clerk, yes. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. So the legal services section, does it delineate which ones are vendors because of what Valley Schools dictates versus what Peoria Unified uses independently, and how is that delineated on the contracts?
Thank you very much. Terry, if you would please relaunch the attachment so we can all refer to what's on the screen. Thank you, Clerk Toby, President Rooks, members of the governing board. There are 3 RFPs listed that administration is bringing forward for renewal this evening. The second one, which is RFP number 23-28-03, is for legal services. That was a Peoria Unified RFP that was awarded a couple of years ago. We're going into the 3rd year of a 5-year contract. The awarded vendors as part of that solicitation are listed on this attachment, including Cauldron Law Offices, PLC Gust Rosenfeld, PLC Jones Skelton Hachuli, PLC Osborne Maladin, PA Sims Murray, LTD, and Udall Shumway. Of those listed awarded vendors and law firms, Cauldron Law Offices and Sims Murray have not been used by the district. The other listed firms have been for a variety of legal services. And I will note the reason why there are multiple awarded law firms is a lot of our attorneys have a specialty in various areas, including procurement or personnel law, special education law as examples. And so, Mr. Toby, are you asking for clarification on where a law firm might be used by our insurance group instead of Peoria Unified?
Yeah, Ms. Myers, thank you for that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at as far as what is, as Valley Schools, as a member of Valley Schools, they may or may not, is my understanding, sometimes indicate which law firm to use. So I just wanted to see if there's a way that we can, the community and the board, see which ones that we contract with as virtue of being a member of Valley Schools and which ones we actually choose to be part of.
Thank you. President Brooks, Clerk Toby, members of the governing board. The law firms that are listed as part of this agenda item are Peoria Unified law firms, where we can, with this procurement award, issue a purchase order for Peoria Unified specific legal services. We do not contract directly for any law firms that Valley Schools may use when defending the district on a matter. However, there are occasions when they may use the same firm. Dr. Summers, would you like to add to that in any way?
I think you covered it.
Thank you.
And just a follow-up, is there a way that we can have that vendor awarded that contract without issuing a purchase order?
Are you asking if this contract renewal is approved? Is that also approving the district awarding a PO to that vendor? What I can clarify is this is a procurement agenda item, and the district would have to have a PO in place to conduct business with the awarded vendor.
And then is there how much buy-in or say does the district have in regarding which law firm, if there's multiple law firms that offer the same services, is there any discretion on the part of the district?
Thank you, President Brooks, Clerk Toby, members of the governing board. Based on the area of specialty with a law firm, that may dictate which firm the district contracts with.
President Ricks, Mr. Toby, if I may also just add that having the contract simply gives us the option to access those services. So if we are not actively utilizing a firm, we do not issue a purchase order or allocate that funding.
Okay, so it sounds like we have pretty decent level of discretion then. Is that right, Dr. Summers?
That's correct. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk Toby, if I may, I made a comment. 2 of the firms that are on the awarded vendor list, the district does not currently have POs in place with, as an example.
Thank you. And then which law firms do we not have a PO currently cut with?
Calderon Law Offices, as well as Sims Murray.
All right, I follow you. Thank you so much.
Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Mrs. Proudfoot, do you have any questions? I appreciate the questions and the answers, but I would really like to dig more into that RFP of 232803. I guess just getting some more clarification around that and how that works with the firms that we have on there, if there is a way to table it to the next meeting to kind of dive deep more into that discussion. I don't know if that's kind of what I'm looking for there.
Thank you, President Brooks, members of the governing board. At a previous board meeting, there had been a request for information regarding the district's law firms, and I believe we actually did include the full RFP for legal services as part of that agenda item. We certainly could provide that again to the governing board in a Friday report so you could see the scope of work that was identified as part of that RFP, which is the contract that's awarded in conjunction with a district purchase order. This is step 1 of a 2-step process, continuing that RFP award that took place a couple of years ago, and then of course the district would have the discretion to issue a purchase order or not to continue business with those identified law firms.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that part, and that's where I'm just kind of looking at, I think I've I think it was a couple board meetings ago, Clerk Toby, you mentioned that just some frustration around some of the firms. And so I just didn't know if that was something that needed to be further dived down deep into with having an RFP with the legal services on there.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, President Rooks. There was that item that I brought forward, I believe, in January, February, because of the advice that was given. I just didn't feel that that was earning of our business, and I did want to take a deeper dive into that. So I'm not sure, since it's before us tonight, if we wanted to delve into that, or if we'd like to have staff acquire some more documentation and provide that for us to do a deeper dive.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was looking at. So I don't know if we can, if I can make just like a motion to table the RFP 23-2803 so that it doesn't affect the other items on the contract renewals for the governing board. But I want to make sure I say the right motion. Ms. Myers, that was a long one for Ms. Ewing. Okay. Yeah, okay. So the motion then was tabling the RFP 23-2803 and seconded by Ms. Bowles.
President Rooks, members of the board, I have the motion reading as motion to approve and ratify the Peoria Unified School District fiscal year 2025 request for proposal, RFP, invitation for bids, IFB, and bid contract award extension renewal periods is presented with the tabling of RFP 23-2803.
Yes, that is correct, Ezra. Thank you.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
No.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing? Sorry, Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas and 1 nays. Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Thank you.
I believe you're on 13.5, approval to add cooperative contracts SAVE, Strategic Alliance for Volume Expenditures, number 25-05 MP Legal Services.
Yes, thank you, and good evening again, President Rooks, members of the governing board. Keeping with the theme of legal services, we're actually bringing forward tonight a new cooperative contract through SAVE, and I will note that the district has historically used both our own RFP as well as cooperative contracts to cast the broadest net to ensure we have the ability to contract with a variety of law firms. And so you'll note some similar names on this particular agenda item, as well as some that were not as part of our district RFP. And so I've shared before that administration periodically brings cooperative contracts that other entities have awarded to the governing board for consideration. Membership in cooperatives assists the district also in obtaining lower contract pricing through volume bidding in an effort to obtain maximum service and quality of commodities and services as provided by contracted vendors. This SAVE, Strategic Alliance for Volume Expenditures cooperative contract for legal services, is being brought forward for your consideration this evening. Administration is bringing forward 11 of the 12 awarded vendors for your consideration for approval for use in the Peoria Unified School District. The estimated annual expenditure under this contract is projected to be $300,000 a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. Ms. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any.
Okay. Clerk Toby, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit?
None for me.
Okay. I don't have any either, so I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the addition of the SAVE contract number 25-OMP 05 MP for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional one-year extensions.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Profit.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Myers. Next to 13.6, approval to add cooperative contract state BPM 003617, commercial real estate broker services. Again.
Thank you. Yes, good evening again, President Brooks, members of the governing board. This state contract offers qualified vendors to provide commercial real estate broker services for Peoria Unified. The services would include evaluating our properties and land that we own for the highest and best use and opportunities. 1 out of 3 awarded vendors is included in this agenda item for your consideration and approval. The district's estimated annual expenditure under this cooperative contract is $100,000 a year. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any public comment. Board members, do you have any questions or comments on this one? Clerk Toby, do you have any questions?
So what kind of scope and work would this contractor do? I mean, I don't know if we're in the business of acquiring new commercial property at the moment, but just curious if you wouldn't mind just elaborating.
Thank you, Clerk Toby. Not commercial property, but I'll have Mr. Molino join me to provide a more comprehensive answer. Thank you.
President Rooks, Mr. Toby, Dr. Summers, cabinet and guests. After doing some research and having a preliminary conversation with ROI Properties, their scope of work, if we were to use them, would be to provide real estate brokerage and consulting services, including valuation, highest and best use studies, lease review and analysis, strategic planning, acquisition, disposition, leasing, ground leasing, and additional support as we work towards bringing forward recommendations to the governing board in regards to our properties sometime next fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Molino. I appreciate that answer.
Is that all the questions you have?
That's everything. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I will motion to approve the addition of state contract BPM 003617-CTR 056605 for the period of 1 year and 4 months.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. All right, Ms. Myers, last one.
Last
13.7, approval to
Yes.
add cooperative contract -1 GPA RFP 25-08 PV locks, door hardware, related parts and services.
Thank you, President Rooks, members of the governing board. Again, this is a new cooperative contract for your consideration and approval. If approved, it would be in place for up to 5 years. This would be the first year of the approval and then 4 additional one-year extensions. The cooperative contract offers qualified vendors to provide locks, doors, hardware, related parts, and services for the district. Administration is recommending 2 awarded vendors as listed on the agenda item for your consideration and approval for use in the Peoria Unified School District. The estimated annual expenditure is $100,000 a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, do you have any questions or comments for this one?
I don't, thank you.
I actually do.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want clarification. This is solely just hardware. This isn't like access control or the magnet, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know, the magnets at the top of the doors. We're just talking like deadbolts and things like that.
President Rooks and Mrs. Proudfit, this could be any type of component of door lock hardware, including magnets, door access control, the actual locks, keys, any type of concept that involves a door unlocking mechanism.
That was going to be my question as well. So I look forward to, seeing this on here. I'm happy to see this here so that hopefully can be utilized for our schools. So with that, Clerk Toby, you don't have any questions, right?
No, well, maybe just one. Dr. Summers, if this contract goes through, which I'm sure we'll see here in a second, but we just want to make sure that we're mindful of our recent school visit where the issues surrounding this was addressed and brought up, and just hopefully we can bring that to a quick resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Toby. Copy that.
I will motion to approve the addition 1 GPA contract RFP 25-08 PV locks, door, hardware, related parts, and services for the period of 1 year and renewable for up to 4 additional 1-year extensions.
I will second.
So a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Ewing.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, Ms. Myers, for all of that. Moving on to 14, closing public comment. 14.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have one public comment. You will have 3 minutes. Tiffany Benson.
Hi again, Tiffany Benson, founder of Restore Parental Rights in Education. So for anybody that it's not obvious to, I'm Black, and I'm also highly educated. I have a master's degree, several credits towards a second master's. I stopped short of a PhD because I didn't think it would make me any smarter. So when it comes to DEI, affirmative action, pandering, none of those things got me to where I am, okay? Hard work got me here. So when it comes to questionable organizations like Helios, when it comes to sending teachers and superintendents to affirmation conferences, DEI, all that crap, we need to stop tap dancing around this issue. Furthermore, constituents who voted for a conservative majority are confused by these things that are happening. So when it comes to fully disassociating the district from DEI, CRT, whatever other racist doctrines are coming up with these organizations, I want to encourage Proudfit, Ewing, Toby, and Dr. Summers. You need to do more, you need to do better, and you need to try harder. We're in MAGA country now. Black skin don't make a difference. And I'm sorry if it does in your mind, but if it does, that makes you racist.
That is all that we have on closing public comments. 15, informational reports. 15.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Ms. Airy.
President Rooks, members of the board, just one quick event I want to highlight from the list, and it is coming up on May 6th. It's Financial Fitness in Action, taking place at Liberty High School. This is through our partnership with ACEE, Arizona Council on Economic Education. It is a wonderful way to engage alongside our high school students as they learn many of the things to reinforce what we teach relative to financial literacy. So I'd invite you to join us for this event. If you're there, we will likely put you to work alongside our students, supporting them through this event. So I wanted to add that to your radar. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Airy. Look forward to that. 15.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, yes. Thank you. President Rooks, members of the governing board, I do not have a report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. 15.3, district budget report for the month of March 2025 is available on our website. 15.4, district enrollment report for the month of March 2025 is also on our website. 16 other business, 16.1, board member opportunity to readdress agenda items. Does anybody have anything that they would like to readdress? I do want to just give a shout out to, I believe we have our student council plus days is happening today and tomorrow. So I just want to say thank you to all the staff who are helping support that with our student council students from all the schools and all the activities they were doing today, and then the overnight extravaganza, and then into tomorrow. So thank you to them, and I hope the students have enjoyed their plus day activities. Moving on to 16.2, request for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Ms. Ewing, do you have any requests?
I do. Thank you, President Rooks. Okay, first off, I would like to request an executive session to review the committee's recommendation of the vice principal at Foothills I'd like it to be on May 8th. So that would be where we'd be reviewing their, the materials brought forth to, yeah. Does that make sense? I know I need a second.
I will second.
All right. Is that good, Summers? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple other ones. As far as, I know we talked about this, but I just wasn't sure if we needed to get it on the list, but the request for Ms. Siegel to review the Helios, I just want to make sure we get that on the list, so I'll need a second.
I will second.
Okay, and then I would like to request, okay, so I mentioned earlier on that I was on that webinar that was Arizona Coalition of School Board Members, the organization that you asked us to be involved in. Toby Zavala, I believe is how you pronounce her name, was on there. She's with Arizona Board of Behavioral Health Examiners. Part of that call referenced Peoria's policy that we have put in place, and one of her recommendations were to give a year to our social workers to be able to get the licensures. That is what she recommended, and she is our point of contact that we have who is expediting that process. And so I would like to request an extension of a timeline for the social workers and mental health councils for licensure to be 1 year based off of her recommendations. And it would be, if our board would like to have her come present, I'm sure she'd be willing to do that. So
President Rooks, just point of order if I could. I believe this was discussed previously and it was not supported, so I'm not sure what the rules or regulations are as far as Mrs. Ewing bringing this back for discussion.
Yeah, we already
So
had.
can I make the comment? When I asked for something that board meeting, at the very end, one of the things that was said was Dr. Summers was going to go talk to all of the social workers, see how they were going to, if they were going to be able to accomplish this and so forth. We just learned today we are losing 16 of our social workers. It was also noted, Mr. Toby, that you said that they should be able to get their licensure within the time frame that we are providing to them. I just heard from the individual who is in charge of the licensures said that that is not the time frame that she would recommend. She did, however, confirm.
I'm sorry, point of order.
That
We're not supposed to be having a discussion.
he's asking.
Yes.
So this
And-
is why it can be
And
brought
this
up
is
for
why
a
I'm
vote.
calling point of order. We're not supposed to be having a discussion on future agenda requests, and the vote had already taken place. And in our policy, it clearly states that you are to respect the board's decision of that vote that took place. So it can't be brought forward as a future request.
So I would disagree with that because there's new information that is there is new information that has been brought forward that this board was unaware of, with the fact that we now have a situation that those individuals may not be able to get the licensure within that time frame. We didn't have that information then, and we didn't have the information of their recommendation for the.
Ms. Ewing.
Let me finish my sentence, and then I'll go back to you. But we didn't have that.
But we're not
then.
supposed to be having a discussion, is what I'm trying to have you understand. This is future request items. And so, okay, and we've already voted on this item, and you didn't have a second. So.
No, I didn't, there wasn't an opportunity to have a second because I was
And it's
interrupted
been-
to say that it's already been decided. So
It's
I can
already-
change it and say that I would like to have it addressed
Ms.
again.
Ewing, we have already had 2 board members call point of order. We have already voted on this item, and I understand you disagree with it, but under the policy, it states that we are to respect the board's decision that was already voted on. We have already had this discussion. We have already voted on it. So if there is another future
Ms. Rooks,
request.
that's your decision. I can say that there have been plenty of board meetings that you have continued to request things even though things have already been decided. But I will move on. If this board is not going to provide me a second, and you as the president, you're saying that we cannot bring this forward again, then fine, I will move on to my other requests.
Can I give input? So my understanding was, and maybe this would be worth going back and checking the meeting notes from the one that it was voted on, that we were proceeding with that based off of the assumption that it could be accomplished. If it's something that's not able to be accomplished, then we need that information from our point of contact.
We already went through all of that in our meeting.
We went
through all of that in our meeting. We already visited all of that. We decided people, Ms. Ewing was one of them, brought information, how long it would take. Come to find out, wouldn't take as long as we thought it would. I don't know how we can refresh your memories, but we already voted on that.
Ms. Bowles, that wasn't just for clarification. I didn't bring that forward. It was actually Mr. Toby that brought that forward, just for clarification.
I didn't say you brought it forward. I said that was a discussion we had already around that area.
So if there's, we're not supposed to be having discussions back and forth. Again, it's just supposed to be future request items that we have future request agenda items for future governing board meetings, and it's things that we have not already voted on, that have previously been voted on. So if there is another request that you would like to.
I'll go on to the other request, and
Okay.
it sounds like I need to request that one differently. Okay, I got that one, request to add to a future governing board meeting to proceed with an RFP for mental health providers, on-site services, to start in August of 2025. So this is coming from the conversation that we had with regards to Southwest Behavioral Health Services. So it would be a request to put an item on an agenda for discussion to proceed with an RFP for mental health providers on site. So I need a second.
I will second.
Got it.
All right, so I'm going to state it this way, is I just would like to have a report discussion for a future agenda item on the results of your conversations with the social workers and your Dr. Summers' conversations with the social workers and mental health counselors with regards to meeting the expectations by the board for licensure that we required for licensure. So to follow up report, the board have an opportunity to have discussions around that.
Are you wanting just a Friday report?
I would prefer to have it in a public way so that the community has some sort of follow-up with that. So that's why I was saying it can be just either a report on his superintendent piece, or it can be a discussion item, so he has an opportunity to report on it.
I will second.
Is that all your requests, Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Great. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any future requests?
I have none.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any future requests?
I do. HB 2164, Health School Act, ultra-processed food was passed, law was passed. I don't have the date in front of me. I had it, but I have too many notes, different places. So I just want that as a future agenda item to talk about having a policy, what are our plans for that, as it is a law. And then HB 2480.
Wait, I will second.
Oh, so sorry, so sorry.
You're going too fast. Yep.
I need some cold medicine or something
Okay.
up here. HB 2484, the bill that limits cell phone use during, I'll just say bell to bell, because that's the easiest way to say it. And just discussion, future agenda item, to just discuss and possibly produce policy around that law, bill to limit cell phone use in Arizona schools.
I will second. We already have one, too. I
know.
made that request last time.
Well,
My daughter did.
it's now a law.
All right.
Southwest Behavior Health, I think Ms. Ewing touched on that, looking into other social service agencies, procurement, as a future agenda discussion item. And then I know, Dr. Summers, you addressed the student privacy policy that came up from Washington. Where are we at with that as far as FERPA, and are we working on policy? I know it was mentioned at the end of last board meeting.
Do you want a Friday report from him on that?
No, we need to have it as a discussion item, and just what is the district doing moving forward in response to the
Can I
letter?
ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Are you referring to the assurance letter that has already been signed, or our efforts to ensure that we are demonstrating that? Because I think I provided that. I just want to double check that that wasn't already.
My understanding is, yes, there's some that we have had. I think that we're getting confused with, there's two different things you're talking about, but I know the Department of Education, Arizona Department of Education, along with the letter that came from Washington, is requiring the district to, and for you to sign and upload into AZADE, our processes, our policy, our procedures on getting information out to parents, that you have access to your students' records, you have access to all the way down to opportunity to inspect and review, not just education, but also if we've had bullying going on, and they have access to knowing who the bully is if their child has been threatened, their life has been threatened, or safety has been threatened. So I haven't heard anything. I know you mentioned that last board meeting, but I just want to know where we're at and how soon will we have that?
We did complete it. I believe that was in a previous Friday report. I will double check to make sure, but if
thank
it's
you.
helpful to bring that back forward as an additional report out, I can do
If
that.
it is in a Friday report and I missed it, just let me know.
Thank you.
All right.
Does she need a second on
Second.
that?
I'll second it for you. It's fine. You're good. Toby, I'll come right to you just one second. I would like to request a couple things. Looking at, I've had a lot of concerns of bullying happening at schools, just being brought forward. So I just wanted to see what is our, and this can be something in the summertime, because I know we're really packed, but just looking at what is our process for bullying, what is our disciplinary for the bullying, so accountability, that kind of piece. What does that process look like? Because that's been happening at a lot of our schools. So that's one item.
I will second.
Thank you. And then I would like to have a discussion on, again, I've been hearing concerns about this with our IEP services, the changes from a one-on-one aid versus it's called an AAA, Additional Adult Assistance, I believe is the title. Why were there changes made on those services? And looking at just those concerns that have been brought forward to me changing that dynamic. I just want to see what is the process of the district with that. Hernandez is up and
Thank you.
down.
I will second
So-
that. I actually forgot about that.
Thank you, Hernandez. Next is I'd like to have any complaints that have, and this can just be in a Friday report, of the past, 5 to 6 years of complaints filed for the principal at Foothills Elementary. If there has been any submitted from teachers, staff, or parents in the community.
I'll second.
And the last one is I would like to have an executive session also at our next meeting with our board council for an investigation into the process of how, what, where, who, with offering a payment for the social worker's license by the district. And I want to know who promised that to the social workers without the board knowing, and what accountability will be held with that investigation.
I'll second.
Thank you. Clerk Toby, do you have any future request agenda items?
Yeah, some of them already been mentioned, so I won't repeat those, but maybe part of a larger executive session with our council regarding a recent HR complaint from an employee to review and discuss that.
I will second that.
Thank you. And then just to bring this out, I've already emailed this to Dr. Summers, but we passed policy GCF and GDF and just requested that we update the related affidavits that the prospective employee signs to have matching language and be in alignment. So I'd like to have that as a future agenda item.
I will second that.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, great. Moving on now to 17 adjournment, 17.1. I motion to adjourn this meeting at 10:09 p.m.
And I second.
So we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Ms. Bowles.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mr. Toby?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 5 yeas. Thank you, everybody, for attending tonight, and congratulations on our new social studies curriculum. Have a good night.